Blog Talk Radio.
Yes, yes, yes. Erev Tov. Good evening, Ereb. Ereb Tov. Erev Tov. Good evening, Chabarim. Here after the Hanukkah, fulfilling the Hanukkah Maccabee fighting holidays here in the season. That brings us over here to the the second day of what's called, the New Year among the Gentile New Year, the Gregorian New Year, the G New Year. So, one thing we have to just remember, being in the world, not of the world, to make sure we update our dates, to the Chabarim as well. I know, we already know we're in the, our New Year, right here. I mean, not because of their, April's Fool's thing, what I'm saying? So let's remember, to make sure we do the necessary things like just change the date. Just change the date and the time. Just change the date. Make sure it's 2025. Yeah, because that's yeah. What I'm saying. So right here, upper room. Let's go up. Let's go to higher heights. Like sometimes getting to a higher height, you can get a better view, a purview of the situation. So here, upper room of Zion. Here, we're at the Thursday podcast of the Shabua of the week right here. We are at the 5th day of the Shabua right here. So we have a Torah portion reading and feeding the 11th. Also something that we'd like to share with the IDM. We recorded this previously, but there's a couple of good points that we'd like to share with the Talmudim, the fellow disciples, concerning, after Hanukkah, so after Hanukkah, this particular turn, so to speak, of the year, this darker time of the year. It's interesting that in the Gentiles, the darker, colder time of the year, that's their new year. I guess it tells us something right there. But here, let's go up.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Acts of the Apostles, the Acts of the Apostles. The apostles, not these or those, like nowadays kind of ones who say they're apostles, but of the, right? Of the apostles, contend earnestly for the faith that was once delivered to the saints. Here, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 1, verse 13 and verse 14.
Then returned they unto Jerusalem from the mount called Olivet, which is from Jerusalem a Sabbath day's journey. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room, where abode both Peter and James and John and Andrew, Philip and Thomas, Bartholomew and Matthew, James the son of Alphaeus, and Simon Zelotes, and Judas the brother of James. These all continued with one accord in prayer and supplication with the women and Mary the mother of Jesus, and with his brethren.
So here, also on the podcast, Rastafari Israelites Discipleship Podcast right here in this new Gentile year. Some changes going on. We're moving from the BTR Blog Talk Radio, more to the stream, right? And there are some tunes and audibles shared by the co-laborers who like to kind of, take a part or, more of a podcast to kind of just share them, in case ones would like to, get a copy of it just to hear the fullness of it right here, because, we can't really download from BTR. That's one of the particular nuances there. We can upload, but what we've uploaded, we really can't. We could delete it, but we can't download it. So before we fulfill with the BTR Blog Talk Radio, so they've given us, and I think others, hopefully they give to others. Maybe it's just us, you know what I mean? But we think that BTR, from what they've announced to us, Blog Talk Radio, they are terminating their service. We need to just get a verification for it, make sure it's not personal, against It might just be us. But here, giving thanks to the co-laborers. So first up, right here. Give thanks, Ras Sahar Ahad, right here. I don't know if you have these as well, right here, but hopefully, either redo or reshare these. Love these right here for the URZ. Thursday podcast, Upper Room of Zion podcast. Here, the fifth day of the Shabua right here. We have the podcast description by I brother, I fellow co-laborer, fellow Talmud, fellow Chabir, Ras Sahar Ahad. Here.
In the Christian tradition, based on Acts 1:13, the upper room was said to be the site of the Last Supper, i.e., the cenacle. But it was not the upper room found in Mark 14:15, and Luke 22:12 is the site of the Last Supper. However, the upper room in Zion, Acts 1:13, located on Mount Zion in the city of David, was the usual place where the apostles of Adonai Baruch stayed in Jerusalem. And according to the Rastafari Encyclopedia, based upon Acts 2:42, as it is written, and they continued steadfastly in the apostles' doctrine and fellowship and breaking of bread and in prayers. It was thus the first church of the Nazarene, our black master and savior, Jesus Christ, and said by many to be the first Christian church.
Right there, and this right here for the Upper Room of Zion. Contribution here by co-laborer Ras Sahar Ahad, Emerald Music, INC.
Then returned they unto Jerusalem from the mount called Olivet, which is from Jerusalem a Sabbath day's journey. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room, where abode both Peter and James and John and Andrew, Philip and Thomas, Bartholomew and Matthew, James the son of Alphaeus, and Simon Zelotes.
From the upper room of Zion, what they beyond, distinguishing the light seekers from the peons. Ron, say it on us, lay upon us, knowledge that is eons. Old has it been told since the days of old, and I sit watching the story unfold. Yeshua gave us the code, gave us the name. Kept the Maui Haile Selassie, the first will reign. To open of the book of the seven seals. It's time for the gathering. It's the latter, and no, not the Vatican. Christ in his kingly character, we own that again. I'ma keep speaking the scriptures until I'm out of wind. Built on the true foundation, there's no shaking. There's no need of you hating, stop hesitating. How many of you have been waiting? In the upper room, we meeting in the upper room of Zion.
These all continued with one accord in prayer and supplication with the women and Mary the mother of Jesus and with his brethren. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
The upper room. The upper room.
That audible right there, that's Mahalia Jackson right there. They're there with the upper room.
The upper room. The upper room. The upper room.
And here for the upper room of Zion from co-laborer Ras Sahar Ahad. Here's what's labeled a rough mix right here. Shema here.
From the upper room of Zion, what they beyond, distinguishing the light seekers from the peons. Ron, say it on us, lay upon us, knowledge that is eons. Old has it been told since the days of old, and I sit watching the story unfold. Yeshua gave us the code, gave us the name. Kept the Maui Haile Selassie, the first will reign. To open of the book of the seven seals. It's Time for the gathering. It's the latter and no, not the Vatican. Christ in his kingly character, we on that again. I'ma keep speaking the scriptures until I'm out of wind. Built on the true foundation, there's no shaking. There's no need of you hating. Stop hesitating. How many of you have been waiting? In the upper room, we meeting in the upper room of Zion. From the upper room of Zion, what they beyond, distinguishing the light seekers from the peons. Ron, say it on us, lay upon us, knowledge that is eons. Old has it been told since the days of old, and I sit watching the story unfold. Yeshua gave us the code, gave us the name, kept the Maui Haile Selassie, the first will reign, the opener of the book of the seven seals. Time for the gathering. It's the latter and no, not the Vatican. Christ in his kingly character, we on that again. I'ma keep speaking the scriptures until I'm out of wind. Built on the true foundation, there's no shaking. There's no need of you hating. Stop hesitating. How many of you have been waiting? In the upper room, we meeting in the upper room of Zion.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, splendor to the sun, splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, to the lion, to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, divine being to the kings of Israel, to the kings of Israel, to the kings of Israel, and at times to God, and at times to God, and at times to God himself, 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 himself.
And when the Lamb opened the seventh seal, silence covered the sky.
Moa andesaz imnegede Yehuda. Moa andesaz imnegede Yehuda. Moa andesaz imnegede Yehuda. Imoa.
And when the Lamb opened the seventh seal, silence covered the sky.
And it was a terrible roar.
It was a terrible roar. It's an awful roar. And then I realized it was an earthquake. It was a
Lion of Judah. Lion of Judah. Lion of Judah.
Keeps 26 lions. The emperor's lions are like enormous pet dogs, the way they lie around the palaces of Ethiopia. 2 of his lions roam free in the imperial grounds. One is reputed to travel in its own jeep.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
And here the evening psalm. We have the evening psalm here for the 5th day of the Shavua. It's chanted in the tabernacle up to 70 AD and by the diaspora. Here for the 5th day, we have Psalm 81. Psalm 81. So we're going to play it first in Hebrew and then bring it out in the English translation. So here.
Hebrew boy, everything takes time.
Bokoyan Hamishe. It is the 5th day of the week, and we do have a Tehillim that is recited in the 5th day of the week, found in chapter 81. And again, it will be recited also in Hebrew. Let's begin. Ramnazecha al-Hagetit la-Asaf haninu l'Elohim uze haru l'Elohe Yaakov su Zimra Udnetof Kino Naim El-Navel Tiku Vahoresh Shofar Bakese Layom Chage Ki Choch La Yisrael Hu Mishpot L'Elohe Yaakov Edut Bihosef Sam Bazid Alriet Mizraim Sufat Lo Yadati Eshma Hasiroti Misavel Shikum Kape Midud Ta'avona Batzara Karata Va'achalze In Basiter Ra'am Evchan Alme Amriva Sela Shema Ame Ve'eda Ba Yisrael Im Tishmale Lo Yiye V El Za Vilo Tishtachave Leel Necha Anoke Yahava Elohe Hama'al Me'ered Mizraim Hahefpe Va'amale Velo Shama Ame Lakole B'Yisrael Lo Avale Va'ashache Bishverut Leba Yaku B'Moazote Lu Ame Shomea Li Yisrael Birwake Yahaleko Kimat Oeve Aknea Val Zore Ashiv Yadi Mazane Yahava Yaka Hashulo Vehe Ita Lolam Vaya Akile Mehalev Cheta Umizur Devash Asbee
Hebrew boy, everything takes time.
And here, translation, Hebrew highlights right here. Psalm 81.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ/א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm, and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have satisfied.
And here, the council. What is that council? The council of the elect of God.
My advice to all is to fulfill the Ten Commandments.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm, and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat. With honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have satisfied.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מצבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכלתך, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נכר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, ארחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו לשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, כמעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעך, 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 אשביעך.
And here, after the Hanukkah Maccabee fighting holidays right here in the season, we still have a Torah reading and feeding. The 11th, Wigash, Wigash, Wigash. Wigash, Elio, Yehuda, and Judah, Yehuda, he drew near to him.
Shem Ha'av Wa'Habein Ruach Kadosh. Glory be to the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Glory be. Glory be. We're going to ride up here for this sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong.
Here, the Hebrew first words here.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Hebrew first words here for the 11th Torah portion, reading, feeding for this Rastafari sabbatical study, for this Shabbat strong, Shabbat Wigash, Sabbath, and he came near and he drew near. Here, picking up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Genesis, here from the Sefer Bereshith. Here we pick up with Genesis chapter 44, here at verse 18, for the Hebrew first words right here. Wigash Elayo Yehuda, Wayomer Bi Adoni Yedaberna Abdeka Davara Bi Ozenei Adoni Allah Yichara Abdeka Bi Abdeka Kia Kamoka K Pharaoh. Then Judah came near to him and said, "O Adoni, O my Lord, make thy servant, I pray that I speak a word in Adoni's ears, in my Lord's ears, and make not thine anger burn against thy servant, for thou, I, even as Pharaoh." Hebrew first words here. Wigash, and he came near. Wigash Elayo Yehuda, then Judah, and came near to him Yehuda. Wigash Elio Yehuda. Then Judah came near to him, Yomer, and said, Be Adoni Idaberna Abdeka Deka 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 Deka
being spread all over another country, another way of thinking. I also heard that you eating is also kosher eating. I mean, you're not eating pork and things like that. You know.
Are you Jewish? Yes, Rasta. I don't understand. Well, I am Rasta.
So it's the same tradition as for the
Lion of the tribe of Judah. That must be Jew. Judah. What's from Jew? I was last at Judah.
And the seed shall be called in Yitzhak, Isaac, which means laugh. He laughs. You know, they got rumor. You know, we got humor right here. Judah drew near.
Judah shall break every chain. The Lion of Judah shall break every chain. Lion of Judah shall break every chain. Give us some victory again and again. The conquering Lion shall break every chain. The conquering Lion shall break every chain. The conquering Lion shall break every chain. Give us some victory again and again. The conquering Lion shall break every chain. The conquering Lion shall break every chain. The conquering Lion shall break every chain. Give us some victory again and again.
Destruction to the Egyptians, but passed over their houses. So quickly did the Jews depart. One of the Hebrew tribes struck south from Egypt and settled in Ethiopia. Chanting in Hebrew, the youngest schoolboy asks, "Why is this night different from all others?"
Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the seven seals thereof. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, 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 the Lion of the tribe of Judah, 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 the root of David, of David, of David, of David, 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 hath prevailed to open the book, from 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 the book, and to loose the seven seals thereof, 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 seven seals thereof.
but passed over their house, passed over their house, passed over their house, passed over their house, passed over their, but passed over their houses. So quickly did the Jews depart. One of the Hebrew tribes struck south from Egypt and settled in Ethiopia, 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 but passed over their houses, but passed over their houses, but passed over their house, passed over their house, passed over their house, passed over their destruction to the Egyptians, destruction to the Egyptians, destruction to the Egyptians, but passed over their houses. So quickly did the Jews depart. One of the Hebrew tribes struck south from Egypt and settled in Ethiopia. Chanting in Hebrew, the youngest schoolboy asks, "Why is this night different from all others?" Falasha understand the language of the Old Testament. The story of Passover is known to them all. On this night, the flight to freedom began, away from Pharaoh's Egypt, away from the angel of death that brought destruction to the Egyptians, but passed over their houses. So quickly did the Jews depart, they were forced to bake their bread unleavened. To celebrate their escape, unleavened bread is eaten by Jews everywhere on Passover Eve, 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 on
Hebrew Israelite brothers is the same differences that they were in the Old Testament, Belui Kidan time. Because remember, it was only the tribe of Judah, along with Benjamin, you understand, and a portion of Dan and Levi, who basically acknowledged the monarchy, you understand, of David, you understand, that submitted themselves. Israel did not submit itself, you understand, to the monarchy of David. It was Judah that remained faithful, you understand, to David. But it was Israel, you understand, that turned aside and set up their own worship. And this is what a lot of our Hebrew Israelite brothers have done today. And that's why they reproach Ethiopia.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, splendor to the sun, splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, to the lion, to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, divine being to the kings of Israel, to the kings of Israel, to the kings of Israel, and at times to God, and at times to God, and at times to God himself, 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 himself.
በቀዳማዊ
The whole place is due for
Praise, praise, praise. The meaning of Yehuda. Not praise, but praised. Like praised. One is praised. You know what I mean? Celebrated, praised. Right there.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
Here, Linville Thompson, 12 Tribes of Israel.
mama little love and give your daddy. Give your brother little love and give your sister. Do you really know what I mean? Do you really understand me? Down to be no fool. You got to learn the golden from Dada children. Peace and love.
Lenzo Thompson, here.
To rock your soul.
Dubwise. So right here, let's pick up the third and fourth Aliyot right here for this 11th sabbatical study, Wigash. Now, we've been in the season of the Hanukkah, memorial, feast, festival, memorial right there. They're there, as well as actively, renewing that light within, here in the darker time of the year, like the Maccabees did with the temple, we do with I temple, right? In this wintertime, darkest part of the year, longer nights, shorter days. Another theme in these Torah reading and feedings is dreams, right? Dreams. There's some interesting resources we like to share, from other scholars, disciples, and brothers and sisters as well. Some of it we're showing on the screen right there, but we like to kind of go through a kind of a slow down. Okay, let's pause on this right here at the cartouches, where they have Yaqub, right? Yaakov, Har. What does that mean? Does it relate to Jacob? Does it relate to the Israelites in Mitzrayim and the Tawi? We call ancient Egypt, more correctly, the Tawi, which includes Kemet. The Tawi includes Kemet. Many of us, and in some of the older audibles, hopefully we get a chance to re-record, as practice makes perfect, at least it makes much better, right here, re-record it. So sometimes you'll hear, say, Egypt or Mitzrayim and Kemet. But from our further studies, we got to recognize that while referring to ancient Egypt in the time of the Hebrew scriptures in the Bible as Kemet, particularly, right? Kemet is actually found in this Torah reading and feeding concerning that agriculturally rich ground right there. But the whole thing, right? The Tawi, right? The Tawi, you can look it up. If anyone's scholars of the ancient, Egyptian Metu, Neta, or the Romu, as the Romet, the Ren, that's what they call the Ren Kemet. Some say the Ren Kemet, the common language of the people of the land, would know that the Tawi, they refer to land as the Tawi. Now, in the Hebrew, right, we call it Mitzrayim. And the Im there means at least it's two, right? Two or more, but usually two, a dual sense, the Im. So in words that have Im, right, generally according to Hebrew principles, it means at least two or more, Im, the Im. So Mitzrayim, the two mitzvahs, right? So either this can be looked at as upper and lower. You hear people say upper and lower Egypt, right? But what ones don't really focus on is how they focused on it. Also, there was like the right-hand side or the eastern side. When we look at the Nile River, the High Yor, we look at the eastern side, right, which is the Kemet, right, that agriculturally rich, reddish brown, reddish dark, reddish brown ground. It's actually really reddish brown, but really from a kind of a distance, it just looks black. So they call it the black land, the Kemet, right? And then we have the Derdeshet, the desert, which also some translators refer to as the red land, but the red in the higher red sense, like the desert, So there's a desert side, which is the western side. So ancient Egypt was referred to as like the two lands. The ancient Mitzrayim, say the ancient Egyptians, they called it the Tawi. This is also found in the cartouches, right? The cartouches, or we could say the signatures, right, of the rulers. They were the rulers of the two lands, the Sultanet, Sultanbiti, the Nasut, of the two lands. So just want to point that out right there. There's other little nuances as we study in the Hebrew, even with the name of Yosef in Mitzrayim, Afnat Paneah, some say Paneah. But in our further studies, we get to find out actually it's Afnat Pa'ank, like Pa'anki, like we say Pianki, Pi, right, and Ankh. So actually in the name of Yosef in the Hebrew scriptures is actually the connection with Ankh. In fact, let's just bring this up right here. We have a more detailed kind of study, right? Let's see if we can bring this out right here. So here, right, in this slide right here, you can see this right here. Let's see if we can just make it a little okay so you can see the pointing, right? Reading from right to left, Finat, Reading from right to left, the first letter is Sa. Now, some of the other Hebrews, Israelites, they'll be like Tazah, Tazah. You hear them say Tazah this, Tazah that, like Tazah. That's actually a Western Gentile reading. In other words, we're reading our language, but the English, the Anglo-European way of understanding letters and sonants and sound is still kind of confusing us. In fact, Sister Kalunji said something in the audible. Let's see if we can bring up this audible that kind of speaks to that. And then also points to, I think, Sirach, right here. This one is called DSR Clips, is the Learn Hebrew Amharic Audible featuring Yadoms, featuring I, right here. Shema, here it is.
Elect up to light of this world. Remember now, lines of King David, Ark of the Covenant, Hebrew language, and you must, little children of the world, learn the Ashanti language, learn the ancient Hebrew language, learn the Twi, learn cuneiform, hieroglyphic, New Orphic, Tamarians, learn them languages there, learn the Hamaric language. You see? You see the English language, trying your mentality.
Sirach, the prologue, King James 1611 version. The same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them. Sirach, the prologue, King James 1611 version. The same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them. Sirach, the prologue, King James 1611 version. The same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them.
Hebrew language, and you must, little children of the world, learn the Ashanti language, learn the ancient Hebrew language, learn the Twi, learn cuneiform, hieroglyphic, New Orphic, Tamarians, learn them languages there, learn the Hamaric language. You see? You see the English language, trying your mentality.
Yeah, we was going to talk about the tefillin. Interesting sight. You see what in ancient Egypt. So here, it's like we as the Hebrews following Joseph, Iusis, Safnat, Pa'anch, his lead right there. It's like we're wearing the mask, right? So here's like the Hebrews wearing the mask of Mitzrayim, right? The mask of Egypt. Now you see this right here. You know, the so-called Uraeus, the serpent, these symbols that they wore on their heads and everything, and the phylacteries, the tefillin, right? The tefillin, right? So we just zoomed in right here, right? Some liken, right, that to these particular symbols you see right here. Is that true, right? Is it not true, right? So these particular phylactery boxes right there, the tefillin, right? We'll touch on that, the tefillin. So here, this right here, the tefillin, right? But that's not our subject right here. Here is concerning Joseph and concerning Hebrew, right? Testimonies to Mitzrayim, to Mitzrayim words, right? Hebrew testimonies to Mitzrayim words. So here, where Joseph is called Safnat or Safnat, Safinat, reading from right to left, Safinat, Safnat, right? Then we have Pa-I-Ne-ach, Pa-A-Ne-ach, An, right? Aneach, Ankh. Right, we bring this out right here, the second word over there, like we have the name Payanki. And interesting enough, what we did was actually look at the unique Hebrew letters. In fact, it's this word right here. Let's bring it front and center. Right, that will be known to those in the Gentile world as Payanki. Right, and the Pa or the Pi also some say had a significance as a the. Right, other significances in ancient Egypt. But in comparing the Hebrew, the Ivrit here, the Peh, right, Fe, Peh, the Ain, second letter, right? The ne, noon, non, noon, right? And the ach. It was really interesting to really see that even in the word ankh, right? There's a symbol in ancient Egypt that conveys that unique kind of H, right? The unique H sound, right? So we're going to touch on more of this, Yah willing, right, in this Torah reading and feeding right here. So this is a kind of a Joseph-like, right? A Joseph-like based on the Hebrew narrative. But there are many interesting points of reference that the more one understands the biblical Hebrew and also has some basic, right, and even in some ways advanced knowledge of ancient Mitzrayim, their linguistics, one can see, wow, this is really interesting because a lot of these things was not really known before, until the King Tut, remember back in the days, the King Tut thing. Actually, it was in the time of the visitation of the King of Kings of Ethiopia that they found a lot of these things, like in the King Tut, then they was able to, better understand things and try to put things together with the biblical narrative. In fact, what really kind of drove, a lot of ancient archaeology from what we have studied and seen and can verify with evidence was the so-called, quote, Bible, right? Was the Bible amongst the Europeans and in the, North Europe and the European areas, that curiosity, either to verify, right? There was a twofold impetus, right? From, we could say, Christian, Judeo-Christian Europe, so to speak, very loosely, just, Europe that was Christian, right? One was those seeking to verify or to prove the Bible's accuracy, right, by such study. And then it was the others who sought to disprove, right, the Bible's accuracy by such study. And both of those types of studies are very interesting, when we study for ourselves, to show ourselves to prove, when we study to find the truth for ourselves. But here, going to segue from this right here. Let's touch on the third and the fourth Aliyah. Here we're at the fifth day of the Shavua. Usually we would bring forward the fifth, Aliyah. That's the fifth portion. So the Torah reading and feeding, imagine it like a loaf of bread, for example, right? And then you divide that bread and say, this bread has to last a whole Shavua. It has to last a week. Right, so you cut the bread into 7 parts. So when we talk about like an aliyah a day, this is, the manna, as I said, the manna from Shemaim, the manna, the angel's bread. So right here, the word well read. Here, let's touch on this right here, the third and fourth aliyot. And here, let's bring this out right here to Tefillin. I think we pick up right here, is it 45 and 8. Let's just check this out, 45 and 8. So the third and fourth aliyot. So we can go from 45 and 8, Genesis chapter 45, verse 8, to Genesis, same chapter, verse 27. So from verse 8 to verse 27 for the third and the fourth aliyot. Right, readings, up offerings up. The aliyot right here for this 11th Torah reading and feeding for Parashat Vayigash, Parashat Wa, and Yigash, and he drew near. So Shema Yisrael, right here.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel?
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, Shalishi Aliyah, for the third Aliyah, third up offering, third reading, here for this Shabbat, Vayigash, here picking up first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, known as Genesis, here from the Sefer Bereshith, here picking up Genesis chapter 45, verse 8, for the Shalishi Aliyah. Ve'ata lo atem shelachtem oti hena ki ha'Elohim vayasineni la'ava lefaro ula adona le'kol beto u'moshela be'kol aretz Mitzrayim. So now, not you that sent I hither, but Elohim, but Elohim, we're Ata. So now, we and Ata, And now, wa'ata, lo atem shalachtem otia, hena. So now, not you, not y'all, it was. We're ata, lo, atem, lo, not atem, not you all, not y'all. Sent me hither, shalachtem oti, hena. But Elohim, ki ha Elohim. And he has made me, and he has made I a father to Pharaoh. Ki ha Elohim, wayasimeni, le'av, le'Pharaoh, and Lord, and Adon, and Atem, and Adon of all his house, of all his bayit. Ula Adon likol beito, and a ruler. Moshel, bikol aretz Mitzrayim, and a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Wata lo atem shalachtem oti hena ki ha Elohim wayasimeni le'av le'Pharaoh ula adon lekol beto umoshel bechol aretz Mitzrayim. Hey Shaw, go up, Aliyah up to Avi, to my father, and say to him, thus saith thy son Yosef. Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, Elohim, hath made I Adon, Atem, Aton, hath made I Adon of all Mitzrayim. Come down to I, tarry not, and thou the I shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou the I shall be near to me, near to I, thou the I, and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks, and thy herds, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee for yet 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household and all that thou hast come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of Achi Binyamin, and the eyes of my Ach Benjamin, Binyamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh to you. And ye and y'all shall tell my father of all my glory in Mitzrayim, and of all that y'all have seen. And ye and y'all shall haste and bring down Avi hither, Heya. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept. And Benjamin Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. Joseph's brethren blessed and sent to Yaakov and sent to Jacob. And the fame thereof was heard in Paro, in Pharaoh's bait, in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh, the great house, said to Joseph, say to thy brethren, this do ye, this do y'all. Lade your beasts and go. Get you to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come to me, come to I, and I will give you the good of the land of Mitzrayim, of the land of Egypt, and ye and y'all shall eat the fat of the land. And here, Shema Israel, here for the Rabi'i, for the fourth Aliyah, fourth of offering up here for this Shabbat, Wayigash, Sabbath, and he came near and he drew near. Here, picking up first book of Moses, Genesis chapter 45, here at verse 19, for the Rabi'i, for the fourth. With ata, zoreta zota isu, קחו לכם מארץ מצרים, גלותה, לאפכם, ולנשכם, ונשאתם את אביכם, ובאתם. Now, thou, the I, and the I, with Ata, and the I, male, art commanded. This do ye, this do y'all. With Ata, Tsueta, Zota, Esu. Now, thou art commanded. This do ye, this do y'all. With Ata, Tsueta, Zot, Esu. Take your wagons. Take you wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Egypt. Kechu lachem me'aretz Mitzrayim. Kechu lachem. Take for you all. Take for y'all. Kechu lachem me'aretz Mitzrayim. Take your wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father, and come. Kechu lakem me aretz Mitzrayim, galot wagons, galot lit apekem for your little ones, lit apekem, ul lina shekem, and for your wives, lin shekem for your wives. Una satem, and bring your father and come. Una satem etavi kem u batem. Also, regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Mitzrayim, yours, and the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Yisrael, and the sons of Yisrael did so. And Yosef, Ayusef, Yawasaf, and Yosef gave them wagons, galot, according to the command of Pharaoh, the great house, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them, he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin, to Benjamin, he gave 300 pieces of kesef, of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father, he sent after this man 10 asses laden with the good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat and food for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said to them, see that y'all fall not out by the way. See that y'all fall not out by the way. Vayomer eleihem al tirigzu badarek. Al tirigzu badarek. See that y'all fall not out by the way. And they went up, and they allied up, Waya'illu mi Mitzrayim, and they allied up, and they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came into the land of Canaan to Yaakov, their father, and told him, saying, Joseph, yet alive, and he, governor over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Yaakov and Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed, he amained them not, and told him, saying, Wayagidu lau, and told him, saying, Wayagidu lau, lemor od Yosef chai, od Yosef chai, and they told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive. Od Yosef chai. Kihu Moshel be kol aretz Mitzrayim. And he is Moshel. He is ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim, over all the land of Egypt. Kihu Moshel be kol aretz Mitzrayim.
Waya ya faga libo aki alo hemin lahem lahem, and his heart fainted, and his heart fainted. Waya faga libo, and his heart fainted. Waya faga libo ki lo hemin lahem, for he believed, he amained them not. Ki lo he'emin lahem. Ki lo he'emin lahem, for he amained lo he'emin lahem, them. And they told him all the words of Yosef, all the words of Joseph. Waya dabru elayo et kol dibrei Yosef, which he said to them. Asher diber eleihem. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him. Wayar'et ha'galot asher shalach Yosef la'seita oto, the spirit, the irit of Yaakov, the spirit of Jacob, their father, their Ab, their father revive. Watahi ruach Yaakov abi hem, the spirit of Jacob, of Yaakov, their father revived. Watahi ruach Yaakov arikhem. So here the third and the fourth aliyot right here for this Parashat Vayigash. Interesting right here. Did you notice? Notice something, if you will. It was the agalot, right? Agala, what is an agala, right? So we have the Merkabah. Remember that Yosef was given that Merkabah, that chariot, right? He rode in the second chariot, Mishneh, Merkabah, the Merkabah, right? And here he sent agalot, right? That's the plural of agala. What's an agala? Agala, right? Agalot, right? Carts or wagons. But, looking at it, from this context right here, right here in the third and the fourth aliyot right here, Yosef has revealed himself to his brothers. They're shocked. Right? He asks, he inquires. He's so delighted to see Binyamin, his brother. All of them are his brothers, but this is the same brother of his mother, the brother of his mother, right? And he now tells them that, listen, bring everyone here. Don't worry about things. I got everything already hooked up for you. In Goshen, in the Kushen. Ancient Kemetic have a place called Kushen, corresponding to the Goshen. Shen is an interesting term, both in ancient Mitzrayim as well as Hebraically, right? Take note. So, did you notice this right here? Let's just go through the fourth, right? This is the third and the fourth aliyot right here. Likul Batalua, right? So he says right here, it says, they went up right here. Let's go over here. Okay, another key thing, just a couple of notes right here, right? A couple of notes after Joseph revealed himself. Now, in verse 21, it says, in the Bnei Yisrael, here referring to them not as Bnei Yaakov, sons of Jacob, but as Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel. Literally, it's the sons of Israel. When we say children of Israel directly, it's Bnei Yisrael, right? Sons of Israel did so. And Yosef, right, gave them wagons, agalot. He gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Paro, according to the commandment of Pharaoh. So let's look at this right here, right? One will say, well, why is it Pharaoh, right? And sometimes it seems as though Pharaoh is referring to the individual, but Pharaoh, Paro,
actually means great house, great house. Let's see if we have this right here, here. Let's see if we have this right here. One of the slides, one of the exhibits right here. Chant, those black slides right there. Got to bring that out. Okay, here we go, right over here. Boom. Right. So here, using kind of the Coptic right here. Right, paro, right? That's in the Coptic, paro, almost like a double R, paro, right? For emphasis, right? This is the symbol, right? This is the symbol, right? Now, the meaning of this right here, that's the Koine Greek right there, paro, right, is great house. So now we have the Hebrew down here. Let's see if we can bring up the Hebrew, right? That's the pa, re o par o, right? So it means great house. Now here is the glyph or the symbol in ancient Mitzrayim. It's like an open enclosure, you know, right? With that symbol there. You know, the experts on that, you know, we're not experts on the ancient Mitzrayim, but, you know, being more expert in the linguistic science, you know, we can make the correspondence in many areas. And it's very interesting, the areas that there is correspondence. So I want to show you this one right here, paro, right? The Coptic, pa, right? Paro, double R-O, right? Paro, right? Then here in the Koine Greek, parao. It sounds like parao, right? That's the Koine Greek. And here, right, we have the Hebrew, paro, right? Sometimes pronounced as faro. Now there's the pa and the fe, right, within the Hebrew, right? PF, the PF, right? So this is one of the reasons why, no doubt, like in English, sometimes we see they have like the PH, you know how the PH, right, comes out, you know, because remember, English is a language that was kind of Frankenstein. It's like a Frankenstein language, you know, parts from here, parts from there kind of come together, right? So here, right, we have paro defined as the great house, right? So directly it's the great house. It's similar to when we say like the White House, right, or number 10 Downing Street, something like that, you know, the White House. In that sense, you know, the White House says this, the White House that, right? And then when it brings out the sense like the king, right? The king of Egypt, the king, right? That's like the president, you know, the president in the so-called White House, right? Interesting in ancient Mitzrayim to see how close these ancient principles, right, resonate even in later day kingdoms, that they called it the White Walls. Right, the paro, right, was called like the great house, represented the dynasty. Generally speaking, the dynasty, there was different, you know, dynasties, you know, which brought in their own particular, you know, denominations of ancient Kemetiu or ancient Tawi worship. But in this verse here, in 45:21, and the Bnei Yisrael did so, right? They did as Joseph, right? Joseph, what like he says over here. There's also another interesting nuance, but let's see if we can get to this and then we'll get, okay, it's in verse 19. Remind that, verse 19, right? Verse 19. It goes from singular, right? It goes from like a singular to a plural sense, right? It's very curious, right? We'll touch on that momentarily. But here, still in verse 21, 45:21, just to zoom in, give a couple of highlights. Joseph gave them wagons, right? Agalot, right? Agalot. Once again, the singular is agala, right? A wagon, right? Here comes from the idea of something revolving, like a wheeled vehicle, right? Agol. What is agol? Agol in the Hebrew means round. So the general ancient sense, the shoresh, Afro-Semitic shoresh of this means like something round, and also the idea of something revolving. It's kind of interesting because you hear ones and ones say, you know, among some of the European archaeologists and academics, they'll say like the Egyptians did many things, but they didn't have a wheel. I don't know if you've ever heard that kind of myth, that rumor that the Egyptians didn't have a wheel. Anyways, right, from an unused root meaning to revolve or circular, right? So we have the word agol, right? And then we bring it here to agala, singular, And then here in the text, we have agalot. Now, why are the wagons? The wagons, station wagon. They call them today the station wagon, or, all these kind of different wagons. The rides, a ride. So he gave them rides, right? According to the commandment of Paro. This is another thing to look at. Sometimes the translation says the commandment, right, of Paro, or the commandment of Moshe, or the commandment of Yahweh, the commandment. But directly in the Hebrew, it's mouth. Right? It said by the commandment of Moshe, but in that part there later on it says on the mouth, by the mouth of Moshe. Right? So some things are not always translated really one for one, but kind of translated, but in kind of interpolated right there. So we have the peh, right, or the feh. Feh, right, one pointing, or peh, right, according to the feh, right, al-fi, right, on the mouth of Paro. Al on fi, right, mouth, al-peh, al-pi, right, al-lp, right, long playing, right, album, like LP, al-fi, right, of whoever, right? So according to the mouth, right? Now, also the word for peh or feh for mouth also has another meaning. The second meaning of it is like a weight, right? It has to do with weights and measures, right? Notice it's equal to 1/3, right? A third of a shekel, right? Of a shekel, right? Occurs only, right, in 1 Samuel 13:21. All right. So is that a way of bringing out fractions? Way of bringing out fractions. But here directly it's the mouth. So according to the mouth of Paro, right, and gave them provision, right, gave them provision for the way, right. So on the mouth. Now, if you notice in verse 22, it says to all of them he, right, gave each man changes of raiment, changes of clothing. Now here we get. There's a few words used for clothing, right, in the Hebrew, but here the word for raiment is simla. What is simla? Right, simla, or if you have a drawl in your accent, it might sound like simla, or more simla, dialects, accent, right? A wrapper. So what's a simla? Simla is a wrapper, a mantle, right, covering garments. So generally a sense of clothing, but since there's different words for clothing, right, through the idea of a cover assuming the shape of the object beneath. So, like in Ethiopia highlands, in them times, we see them with the white garments that wrap around the robes and everything, even in some ancient archaeology right there. So this brings out the sense of the simla. Sometimes simla is defined as a dress, but especially as it has right here, a mantle, right? A mantle, because there is, labesh, lebes, right? Clothing, and there's also beged for clothing. But this is, we say Egyptian style clothing right here, right? Changes the raiment. But notice this here, but to Binyamin, right? To Binyamin, right? To Benjamin, right? Benjamin, right? He gave 300. He gave to him 300, right? Silver, 300 silver. The word pieces is not there. The shekel, right? The shekel is the measurement. Just to note this, the shekel, that's why it says according to the shekel of the sanctuary, according to the measurement, right? The sanctuary measurement of silver, right? The actual sense of money was the silver, right? Silver, kesef, right? Translated as sometimes as money, as shekels, as talent, right? Why kesef? Kesef is said to be from its pale color. Silver, beautiful, but it has a pale compared to the gold, right? By implication, it's the money, right? That comes from kasaf. It's interesting, kasaf. So the root of kesef, the word for silver, and thus the word for money, comes from the root Hebrew word kasaf. Kasaf means to long for, to yearn for, to long after. Directly, he longed for kasaf. Right? Kasaf, who he longed for, he yearned after. right? So it's kind of an interesting sense when we start to reason from a Hebrew perspective on why is money silver, right? The currency, why is it weighed according to what is called the shekel, and therefore it's called the shekel. Shekel means a measurement of silver, right? Properly, it means here the kasaf, to become pale, right? The implication, check it, the implication, right? That is to say, klomar, right? Klomar, that is to say, by implication, to pine after. Also can have a sense of the fear, but generally translated as from the root kasaf, to desire, also to be greedy, or in a sense to long for, or if somebody really longs for something, it can become like a sore, almost like they rub down their soul until it becomes sore for it. So, but he gave to Benjamin, notice the 300, right, of silver, 300, right, of silver, right, and also 5 changes, right, 5 changes of simla, right, 5 changes of garment, of wrapper, wraparound kind of garment, so to speak, right, and to his father, he sent after this. Now, notice what he sends to his father, because it's important as we go on in the narrative, right? 10 asses, right? 10 asses laden with good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses. So basically, we have 10 hamor, the word for ass, he-ass, right? Ass, a male ass, right? We should play the laugh track here because you say this. We're not cursing. Are we cursing? Right? It's done red, right? Kind of sense of hamar, the red sense, right? Then we have the she-asses, which is called the aton or aton. Interesting, the aton, the she-ass, the she-donkey, right? She-donkey, the aton. They say it has a sense of patience, right? Remember, it was Balaam. Balaam was talking to the donkey, I think it was she, right? The she-ass. But he sent 10 she-asses, right? So he sent 10 male asses and 10 she-asses, right? Laden, the male asses were laden with good things, right? Because the male asses tend to be maybe a little bit stronger. So like, other kind of things, but the she-asses were laden with corn, right? Were laden with corn, bar. Here we have the word bar as corn, right? Bar as corn grain, bar, right? Grain and bread, lechem, bread, right? Other kind of grain, food in general, right? And it says right here, meat, mazon. There's not meat necessarily. It could be, right? But basically the word mazon. There's the berkat ha-mazon. We call it the barakat, the blessing of mazon, the blessing of the food, or what is often called the grace after meals. Barakat ha-mazon. It's that word mazon. We have it right here. Mazon is like food or sustenance. Mazon, food or sustenance, from the word zun, right? Zunga. Zun here means to be plump. Right? That is, in a sense, something to plump you up, something to nourish you. You know what I'm saying? Right there. So this was sent, right, for his father, by the way, right? By the way. Now, what does by the way sound like? Well, he did such and such. Well, by the way. No, but by the way, for the trod, for the derek, for the distance, for the journey. You know what I mean? For the journey, for the trod, to come down. Now, notice also, it mentions in the Hebrew, go up, coming out of Mitzrayim is going up, Allah, right? And to go down to Mitzrayim is to Yarad or Yored, to go down. And if we notice geographically, it is true, right? Because the Nile Valley civilization, why do you think they call it the Nile Valley? It's a depression. It's a downward, right? You have to go down, literally almost go down, right? And you almost have to climb up, right? Looking at the land and the movement, from point to point, right? So he sent his brethren away, and they departed, and he said to them, see that y'all fall not out, right? Ragaz. See that y'all don't ragaz, tremble, quake, quiver, right? Be disturbed, the sense of, be afraid, for this tribe. Because remember, the whole family, right? The whole family is being brought down here, you know? So here, and they went up, you know, the woman, the children, right? And they went up. So here it uses the term Allah, 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 Allah. They ascended, right? Up out of Mitzrayim, out of the two lands of Tawit, and they came to land of Canaan, Canaan. Canaan sometimes is defined as lowland, Canaan, right? Canaan. It was like a merchant district, lowland, right? Because it was like between the eastern civilizations and Mitzrayim in the west. It was like the way to travel, like the, you know, this was, you know, a lot of activity and movement through this particular region right here, right? And they told him saying, Joseph is yet alive. Now this part here, all right? Joseph, chai, chai, all right? The term here, chai, chai, chai. Let's just bring this out into Hebrew, right here, just to bring this right here. It says, Wayagidu, Wayagidu, and they nagad, right? Wayagidu. Remember we said earlier that the noon is academically, linguistically thought of to be a weak letter, right? That means in certain conjugations, it gets swallowed up. It's like in Vayigash, this Torah reading and feeding 11th one, right? If you look at the root of Vayigash, and Joseph, and Judah drew near, right? It's Nagash. But then we say it Vayigash and not Vayinagash. We don't say Vayinagash or Vaynagash. No, we say Vayigash. And this proves also right here with, and they told. The root is nagad to tell. Here, they telling, wayagidu, the u at the end, you know, and this kind of construction means them, right? Wa and yagidu, lau, lemor, Od, they say Od, Yosef, Chai, Od, still. He is still Od. Here we have the term Od, right? Od, also used sometimes in the constructions implying forever, right? Indefiniteness of time, right? This here means like a going around, continuous, Od, continuing, still, right? In the secondary sense, still, yet. Od, Yosef, still Joseph, right? A continuance or persistence. Because they thought, remember they said to Joseph, they said, yeah, and our other brother, he's dead, right? And Joseph hearing all this, you know, Haish, you know, it moved him, right? He's yet, right? He's yet alive. He's still alive. So they say, Od, this is this word right here, just to highlight that right there, right? Od, right? Od, still Yosef, still Joseph, Yosef, right? Yahuwah, the one who Yahuwah has added. Chai. Now we have this word chai. Yes, chai. Chai. What is chai? Right? What is chai? Some Yehudis, and we even have some pictures of Burhan Selassie, Bob Marley also, right? Robert Nesta Marley. Yeah, he's wearing the symbol. Right, I can't zoom in right here because this is the app right here. But at the top where it says original, if you can zoom in on that, the chet and the yod, right? Chai has a sense of living, right? Joseph is still alive. You know, Joseph is still alive. You know, they should have said we lied. You know, Joseph is still alive. But they said, oh, Joseph Chai, right? And he is governor. Over all the land of Mitzrayim. You see how the dream, remember what he said? Here they should be remembering what they said. Now we're going to see what happens of his dreams. Okay. All right. You already bowed. You already brought the 11. You know, he wouldn't reveal himself when there was 10 of y'all, right? Because that was not the fullness of the dream. You know what I'm saying? But when there was 11 of y'all, you already bowed, you know? But now you get to know that the one you was calling Haish. We need to number the times that they call him Haish. Ish is the man. They didn't even know his name. They didn't say so-and-so. They just said Haish, the man. The man, like we say, so-and-so is the man, right? Haish, right? Here, they reveal to their father that Joseph is still alive, old Joseph Chai, right? And he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim, the two lands. And Yaakov's heart fainted, right? So fainted, for he believed them not, right? So here, just bringing out this Hebrew right here. Let's go to this right here. Wayagidu lau, wayagidu, and they told, they nagad, wayagidu, right? We don't say why yanagidu. We don't say why yanigidu, right? But wayagidu. Right? They told it, they made it known, they announced it, they declared it, they expounded, they informed, right? Him, Lau, to him, to Yaakov, their father, Lamor, saying, Od Yosef Chaya Wiki, right? And for or because, and ki who for he, right? The sense of for he, Wiki who, for he who, he himself, none other, right? Who, pronoun right there, implying emphasis, right? Could have said Wiki Moshe, right? Because Eretz Mitzrayim, right? But here, bringing out the pronoun, right? Who is for he, male, right? And he is for she, the pronoun. So the pronoun for she in Hebrew is he. The pronoun for he, right, man, male in Hebrew is who, right? So here, third person, right, pronoun. It says Wiki who or Moshel. He is Moshel, right? Speaking of the person. Here, getting to the root word, the H4910, mashal, the root verb, here meaning to rule, to have dominion, to reign, to have dominion, mashal. So from the root word, that means he ruled, he had dominion, he reigned, the active sense of the one who is Moshel, for he is the Moshel. This is what Yosef, when we read the dream in Ivrit, what he also says to them, what he has said to them, right? Wiki hu a Moshel, the call over all Eretz, over all the land Mitzrayim, of Mitzrayim. Wayafag, right? Wa and Yafag. Yafag come from the fug or pug, right? The pug, the root, right? So we tend to go to the verse to show you how it's constructed in the verse, right? Past, present, active, passive, reflective, what sense of it. Then we go to these roots right here, like in the Strongs and BDB, right? So fug, or pug, right? And wayapag, right? Means to grow numb. Wayapag, right? And he grew numb, to grow numb, right? The sense right here to become sluggish. Like what? Like your mind, like the mind is trying to process all of this, right? Wayafaga libo, his heart. Libo, his lave, right? Libo, his inner man, his mind, his center. His mind, his knowledge, his thinking, reflection, memory, his inclination, resolution, determination, conscience, is trying to process all of this. His appetites, his emotions, passions, courage. All of this is being affected. The center, right? The center, as it says right here, figuratively, very widely for the feelings, the will, and even the intellect. Right? Like you hear something and it just kind of like almost shuts you down. Like, what? Right? Wayafaga libo key for. Right? It tells us here in the last part, ki lo ha a mean, right? Ha a mean, right? To believe or to credit, right? To admit, right? The Hebrew that's highlighted, ha a mean. It says ki for lo, he not, lo, right? For not, for lo, for no, for not, right? Ha a mean. He did not aman them. He did not amen them. Ha a mean, right? He did not. It's in the he feel sense, right? He did not trust them, right? He did not believe them, as one would say, right? He did not credit them. He did not trust what they were saying to be true, right? To be true, to be certain, right? Ki lo ha mean. Lahem, to them. For he not meaning, admitting, trusting, crediting, we could say crediting. He did not credit, right? Lahem. He did not credit them when he heard all of this, right? When we get to our point right here. right? And so they go on, right? They go on and they told him all the words of Yosef. Now notice that the word tell here is dabar, dabar. You notice that? The word, and they told dabar, right? Up here, right? When it says, and told him, it's nagad, nagad. But they translate both of them as told. All right. So basically, they expounded, they announced to him. You know what I mean? They announced him in the sense they confessed to him. Right. They manifest, they announce always by word of mouth to one presence, and nagad, wayagidu. Right. Right. Since they explained to him. Right. But over here, they went on. You could say dabar, speaking. Right. And they spoke to him all the words, Right. Then they debarred, right? Notice over here, they debarred to him the verb, right? To speak to him, all the debar, right? This is the noun. Debar here as the noun, right? Debar here is the noun masculine, right? The word, right? And debar here, right, is the verb. You see right there, part of speech, the verb. So they arranged their words, right? And they spoke all the word, right, of Joseph, right? All the words of Joseph that he had said to them. And when he saw, check this, when Yaakov saw, what did he see? When he saw the wagons, the agalot, when he saw the rides, we can say the chariots. Remember, there's Merkabah, the one that Paro, right, that the good Paro had gave to Joseph, our brother Joseph, the Merkabah, that kind of chariot. So we have different kinds of wheels, different kind of rides, different kind of vehicles. But when Yaakov saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to carry him, note this right here in the scripts, right? You might read it and we read over it, but there's a significance to it, right? Like to say, like when we're eating, like to chew our food, right? It says that the spirit, the ruach of Yaakov, their father, revived. Check that out. It's almost like by hearing that Yosef, Yosef Chai. What? Yosef Chai. Joseph is still alive. What? Why y'all fagu? Why y'all fagu leave? Well, Ki lo min lahem, for he did not believe them. Right? But when he saw, I hope that I am able to receive this right here. When he saw the agalot, when somebody tell you, yeah, for real, nah, I can't do that. Nah. Says, so look what he sent. He sent these. Word? All right, okay. The spirit of Yaakov, their father, revived. But here, let's bring that into Hebrew right here. Right? Okay, here's the fuller verse. Right? Why davru? And they spoke. Why davru? Why davru elav? Why davru elayo? Et, and they spoke to him. Right? They spoke to him. Et call all, right, divrei, the words of Yosef. They spoke to him, call divrei Yosef, the divrei Yosef, the words of Joseph, right? Call divrei Yosef, Asher, that which diber, Eleihem, that which he, Yosef, spoke to them. Wayar, and he's seeing. Wayar, wa and yar, he saw. Wayar, and he saw etaha agalot, agalot, and he saw the agalot. This is the word right here, wagons right here, right? He saw the wagons, asher, that which shalach. You remember from the previous Torah reading and feeding? Wayishlach, right? That he sent, right? Wayishlach, right? Yishlach, to send, that he sent. Asher shalach Yosef, that Joseph sent, right? Laseit, right? To Nasa. Remember, Nasa means to lift up, right? Or to carry, right? Nasha, on the other hand, means to deceive. People have confused that in the social media with these memes and everything. They say, NASA is deceptive, and NASA in Hebrew, no, it's Nasha. Correct those memes, right? Correct those memes. All right, so it says, study to show yourself approved as a workman, need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. But here it says, Asher Shalach Yosef Laseit, right? That which Joseph sent to carry Oto, Laseit Oto, to carry, Laseit, right? To lift up, to bear, to carry, Laseit Oto, to carry him. It says, Watachi, and she lived. Here it says, and she lived. All right, this right here, the techi, right, come from chaya, right, to live, chaya. But the techi, right, means she living. What techi, and she living or living up. She living up, becoming like animated. What techi ruach. Watehi ruach. And his spirit, his ruach. Let's go down here, scroll down here. Ruach. What part of speech is ruach? Ruach. Ruach, here. Ruach is a noun feminine. That's why it says, not wayechi, it doesn't say what, and he lived, but it says watechi. So it's techi, not yechi. Watechi ruach, right? And she livelied up, his spirit livelied up, right? Watachiya ruacha Yaakov, and the spirit of Yaakov livelied up, right? Abihem, their father. So the spirit of their father Yaakov, it livelied up. Basically, the translator said revived. You know, when it says like he was numb, he was like, like what? Yeah, right? And okay. Now, this picks up the fifth aliyah, right? This actually picks up the fifth aliyah. Looking at the time right here, we might just address that. I think we need to address that because here we're catching up after the Hanukkah, Maccabee, 8 lights, 8 days. We touched on the Torah reading and feedings. But here, to kind of get more fully full, right, into the Torah reading and feedings as we push forward. So in picking up, the next aliyah says, and Yisrael said, it is enough. Rob, right? Rob, it's enough. It's much. Enough. It's enough. Right? Joseph Bini, right, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. Chant. It's interesting because when we recognize in the previous Torah portion what had happened with what the brothers had did, and then it says that Yaakov, Jacob, he refused, right? Yaakov refused to be comforted, right? Let me see if I can show this one right here, right? Gonna have to add some of these placeholders right here, right? Where's there we go right there, right? This is interesting. It's from the Sistine Chapel. All right, this one. They have some really good ones and some really weird pictures. But this one is one of the more gooder ones, right? Here, we have Yaakov, right? The patriarch, just a kind of a placeholder right here. He said that, how he has been bereaved and his soul refused. Remember how his soul refused to be comforted, and brought down his hoar hairs, his gray hairs, Seba, right? His Seba hairs, his gray hairs to the grave, right? So here, you can see he's revived, in somewhat. He's lively up his spirit, but he says it's enough. But notice something. Did you notice the change? The change, right? The narrative here, we attribute it to Moshe, his first book here. Notice how everywhere else is like Yaakov, Jacob, their father, Jacob, Yaakov, right? Yaakov, Jacob, right? And then when we get down here in verse 28, picking up with the fifth aliyah, the fifth reading and feeding, right? Sabbatical manna, right? The angel's bread right here. Manna means what is it? So we have to ask that question when we get into the Torah reading and feeding. Manna, right? What is it? We're going into a little bit of manna here. What is it? Chewing our food, chewing the cud, right, of the manna, so to speak. So here it says, and Yisrael, you notice how I switched? And say Yaakov. So let's ask ourselves, what is the difference between the Yaakov and the Yisrael, even in the narrative? Sometimes they're called Bnei Yaakov, the sons of Jacob. Other times they're called Bnei Yisrael, right? What is the difference, right? Right? Get some discernment right here. But here, as we pick up, it says, and Yisrael said, Rab, it is enough. Joseph Beni, my Ben, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. Chan. You know, he could have said, right, it's enough. Rav. Right? Yosef Beni is yet high. Yes, high. He's alive. I will go to see him. I'm going to go to see him. Let me see my son. But then he adds that part right there, right? Right before I die. But remember, it's what the brothers had did, right? Just reading this whole thing in continuity. So here we pick up with the fifth aliyah. It says, Wayomer Yisrael. Wayomer. And he said, Yisrael and Israel. It didn't say Wayomer Yaakov, but Wayomer Yisrael. All right. So, you know, ones we might say the higher man and the lower man, or the natural man and the spiritual man. Like, you see what I'm saying? Wayomer Yisrael Rav, Od, Yosef, Bini, Chai. Right? So what they had said to him, they said, Od, Yosef, Chai. Joseph is still alive. He says, Rav, enough. Right? He saw the chariots, he saw the wagons. Now he's persuaded. So it makes us think that did him and Joseph way back when, right? You know, did they have like a reasoning about it? And Joseph said, you know, Daddy, you know, if I come into such and such, I'm going to send you this. Or, you know, like something that made Joseph think, made Yaakov think, this is it. He is alive. I've seen the wagons, right? So here he says, Rav. After that, he says, enough, nothing more. Rav, R-A-B, Rav. Sometimes pronounced in modern Hebrew as Rav. So some might say Rav, Od, Yosef, Beni Chai, right? So he takes what the brother's testimony was, Od, still, Yosef, Joseph, or still in the sense of continuing, going on, persisting. Od, Yosef, Chai, alive, right? And he adds in something. He says, Od, Yosef, Beni, right? Beni, my Ben, Beni, my son, Chai, right? Elka. You know, we say, Leka, Dodi, come, my friend, right? Elka, right? I will yalak, I will go, right? Where ereinu, right? Where ereinu, right? And I will see him. Ereinu, where ereinu, and I will see him. Bit Aram. Then he adds this in the Bit Aram part, right? The Aram, Bit Aram. Bit Aram had a sense of like before, right? Before. Bit Aram, Amut. Bit Aram, Amut. Before I die. Amut, Bit Aram, Amut. Chant. So it's life and death thing right here. Here's look a Rhema tune here for the season. You know, we say Yahai, or Chaya, or Chayahwa, right? It says, as the Lord lives, right? Chai, Yahweh, Chai, living, Yahweh, Chaya. Here, Burhana Selassie, Jalib, Chaya.
Children,
dog. Bark at a flying bird. One sheep must learn, children, to respect the shepherd. Live, children, yeah. Jaja live, children, yeah. Jah live, children, yeah. Jaja live, children, yeah. Jah. Who's saying their heart? Rasta, your God is dead. But I know, Jaja, dread, it shall be dread, a dread. Shall live, children, yeah. Jaja live, children, yeah. Shall live, children, yeah. Jaja live, children, yeah. Let Jah arise. Now that the enemies are scattered, let Jah arise. The enemies are scattered. Jah live, children, yeah. Jah live.
Yes, yes, yes. Here comes the fulfillment of this Shabua here. So we have the fifth and sixth aliyot. Here. The second and fifth and sixth aliyot. We also, that's interesting there. The hak, hek, heka, hak, hok, right? Hok, like in the Hebrew, and the hek, right? And also the kesh, the kush connection. In fact, right there, that's what you see on the screen right there at the present time. Right, I think it's Abisha. Yeah, Abisha. That's the heck right there. Heck, and then the little mountain, the like three on the side, the three on the back symbol. Yeah, heck. That relates to the Hebrew hawk. I haven't heard others really bring that out so much. It's not popularly. So that one there, yeah, that's the Abisha, and some interpret there's a link with the Kesh, right, or the Kush, right, the Kesh. Right there, this one right there. Touch on that here, but let's pick up with this right here just to catch up on our studies. And we have today's daily psalm, which is Psalm 13. It's little, but it's Talwa. It's not a long psalm. I think it got 6-7 verses. We'll address that right here. Here we go into a little bit of fullness right here, right, for the fifth. So here, picking up with where we were at right there. Here, Shema Yisrael here. Genesis 45:28 to 47:10. So grab your pen, your paper, sacred scripture. Okay, that last one right there. We'll bring it back around. Just for seeing it on the monitor here. So Shema Yisrael. Here. Grab your pen, your paper, sacred scripture. Fellow Talmudim, disciples.
And here. Shema Yisrael. Here for the Hamishi. Here for the fifth Aliyah. For the fifth up offering up, going up. Here for this Shabbat Wigash. Here, picking up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Genesis, and here from the Sefer Bereshis. Here we pick up with Genesis chapter 45, verse 28 for the Chamishi, for the fifth reading, the fifth Aliyah for this Shabbat. Wigash. Wayomer Israel Rav Od Yosef Beni Hai Elcha وَأَرْأَيْنُ وَبِئْرَمَ عَمُودٍ. And Israel said, Wayomer Israel, it is enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. Rav Od Yosef B'ni Chai Elcha وَأَرْأَيْنُ بِئْرَمَ عَمُودٍ. Here, Shema Yisrael, here, picking up with Genesis chapter 46. Jacob, Yaakov journeys to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, to Kemet, to Gibeon, to Egypt. Here, picking up Genesis chapter 46, verse 1. Wayisa'a Yisrael وقل عاشر لو ويغو بإيرا شرا ويزبخ زبخيم للوحي أبيو يتحق. And Israel took his journey with all that he had. ويسع Yisrael وقل عاشر لو. And Yisrael took his journey with all that he had and came to Beersheba. Wayavo Be'era Shara. And offered sacrifices to the God, the true good of his father Isaac. Wayizbacha Zivachim Lelohei Avio Yitzhak. And Ha'el, true good, the true God, spake to Israel, in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob. And he said, Here I. Wayomer Elohim le Yisrael Marota Halayl. Wayomer Yaakov. Wayomer Hineni. And Elohim spake to Yisrael in the visions of the night. Wayomer Elohim le Yisrael be'marot halayla. And said, Jacob. Wayomer Yaakov. Wayomer, and he said, Hineni, here I. And he said, I, God, the true good, Ha'el, the Elohim of thy father, fear not to go down to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, to Kemet, to Gibeon, for I will there make of thee a great nation. Wayomer Anoki Ha'el Elohei Avika Altira Mea Reda Mitzrayim Ki Koi Kadola Simeka Sham. And he said, Wayomer Anoki, I, Anoki, Ha'el, I, Ha'el, the true El, the true good, the true God, Ha'el, Anoki, Ha'el, Elohei Avika, I am Ha'el, the Elohim of the I, Father, Anoki, Ha'el, Elohei Avika, Altira, fear not, Altira, fear not, Me'arda, Mitzrayim, fear not to go down to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. Ki, Legoy Gadol, Simeka Sham. I will go down with the eye to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, to Kemet. And I will also surely bring thee I up. And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. Anoki ereda imeka mitzrayim. We anoki aleka gama alo. We Yosef yashita yado Allah aineka. I will go down with thee, I, male, into Egypt, into Mitzrayim. Anochi, ereda imeka, imka. Anochi, ereda imeka, Mitzrayim. I will go down with the eye into Mitzrayim, to Egypt. We Anochi, aleka, kama, allo, gam, allo. And I also surely will bring thee up again, will cause thee I to aliyah up again. With Anoki, alka, kam, alo. With Yosef, Yashita, Yado, Allah aineka. And Joseph, with Yosef, shall put his hand upon thine eyes. With Yosef, Yashita, Yado, Allah, aineka. And Jacob, Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel, the children of Israel, carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. Vayakam Yaakov mi be'er shava vaya Yisua b'nei Yisrael eta Yaakov avihem ve'eta apam ve'eta ne'shehem ba'egalota asher shalach Paro la seta oto. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Mitzrayim, came into Egypt. Yaakov, Jacob, and all his seed and all his race with him, his sons and his sons' with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed and all his race brought he with him into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, into Gibbet. And these are the names, Shemot, of the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, which came into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, Yaakov and Benaiah and his sons, Reuven, Yaakov, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuven, of Reuben, Hanok, and Phalu, and Hezron, and Carmi, and the sons of Shimon, of Simeon, Jemuel, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman, a Canaanitish Isha woman, and the sons of Levi, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari, and the sons of Yehuda, of Judah, and Onan, and Shelah, and Phares, and Zara. And and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Phares were Hezron and Hamul. And the sons of Yisachar, Tola, and Puvah, and Joab, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elon, and Jahliel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare to Yaakov in Pandan Aram, with his daughter Din. All the souls of Benaiah, of his sons and his daughters, were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Hagi, Shuni and Ezron, Eri and Arodi and Areli. And the sons of Asher, Jimnah and Ishua, and Isui and Beriah, and Sarah, their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah, his daughter, and these she bare to Yaakov, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, of Rachel, Yaakov's Isha,
Jacob's wife, Ashet or Set, Yosef and Binyamin and Benjamin, and to Yosef in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Egypt, in the land of Gubitz, in the land of Kemet, Memphis, were born Manasseh and Ephraim, who Asenat, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, of Heliopolis, bare to him. And the sons of Binyamin, of Benjamin, were Bela and Becher, and Ashbel, Gera and Anam, Echi and Rosh, Mupim and Hupim and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, of Rachel, who were born to Yaakov. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushim, and the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel and Guni, Jezer and Shalim. These are the sons of Bilhah, who Laban gave to Rachel, his daughter, and she bare these to Yaakov, to Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Yaakov, with Jacob into Mitzrayim, into Gubitz, who came out of his loins, besides Yaakov, Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, who were born him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the Beit Yaakov, the Beit Yaakov of the house of Yaakov, the house of Jacob, who came into Mitzrayim, were 70 or 70. And hear, Shema Yisrael, hear for the Sheishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Wayigash, Sabbath, and he drew near. Here, picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis chapter 46, here at verse 28, for the Sheishi, for the 6th Aliyah, the 6th of offering up, going up, the Aliyah, the 6th reading here for this Shabbat Wayigash. Genesis chapter 46, verse 28. Ve'eta Yehuda shalacha lefanayo illa Yosefa le'ahorota lefanayo Gishana wayayabo'u arza Gishen arza Gishen. And he sent to Judah, to Yehuda, before him to Yosef, to Joseph. Ve'eta Yehuda shalacha lefanayo illa Yosef. And he sent Judah, Yehuda, before him to Yosef, to direct his face to Goshen. Ve'eta Yehuda shalacha lefanayo illa Yosef le'horota lefanayo Gishana, to Gishen, to Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. Wayavo'u arza Gishen. And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to meet Yisrael, his father, to Goshen, and presented himself to him. And he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. And Yisrael said to Yosef, Now, let me make I die, since I have seen thy face, because thou, the eye, art yet alive. Amuta, hapa'am, achreya reotia eta paneka, kia odeka, hai. Make I die, now make I die. Amuta, now make I die. Amuta, hapa'am, now make I die, since I have seen thy face. Amuta hapa'am achreya re'otia etapaneka, that thou, the eye, art yet alive. Kia odeka hai, Chai, the I, are yet, are still, are yet alive. Ki, or Deka, Chai, and Joseph. And Joseph said to his brethren and to his father's bait, his father's house, I will go up, I will aliyah up and shoot Pharaoh and say to him, my brethren and my father's bait, my father's house, who were in the land, who in the land of Canaan are come to me, are come to I. And the men, shepherds, and their trade have been to feed cattle. And they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall come to pass when Pharaoh, the great house, shall call you and shall say, what your occupation that y'all shall say, thy servants' trade have been about cattle from our youth even until now, both we, I, and also I and I fathers, that y'all may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd an abomination to the Egyptians. And Joseph said to his brethren, Wayomer Yosef illa echayo, illa beita avio. And Yosef said to his brethren, illa echayo, and to his father's house, illa beita avio, I will go up. I will go up with Agida and tell Pharaoh and tell to Pharaoh where Omra Helayo and will say to him, Achai Beitavi Asher Bi'aretz Canaan Ba'u Eli. My brethren and my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, are come to me, are come to I. I will go up with Agida le Pharaoh, with Omra Elayo. Achai, Beitavi Hasher Bik Aretz Canaan, Ba'u Eli. And the men are shepherds. Wiha Nashim Ro'ai on. And the men, Wiha and Nashim, are shepherds. Ro'ai on. For they have been keepers of cattle. Ki Anshe Nikneh Hayu. For they have been keepers of cattle. Ki Anshe Nikneh Hayu, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. With Sonam Uba Karama, Wikola Sherlahem Hayabu, and it shall come to pass, Wahaya, and it shall come to pass, Wahaya, when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say, what is your occupation? Wahaya ki yikra alakem Pharaoh with amar ma isekem isekem isekem. What is your occupation? That y'all shall say, thy servants have been keepers of cattle from our youth, even until now, both we, I, and our fathers. Why martem? That y'all shall say, why martem? Anshe nikneh hayu. Evadeka, thy servants, Evadeka, have been keepers of cattle, Anshe Nikneh, from our youth, even until now. Wa emartem Ansheya Nikneh Hayu Evadeka, Mina Ua Rein, אתה גם, אנחנו גם, אבותינו, באבורה, תשבו בארץ גשן, כי תועלת מצרים כל רועי צאן. That ye, that y'all may dwell in the land of Goshen. Teshavua be'aretza geshena kia to'erata Mitzrayim. For abomination to the Mitzrayim, to the Egyptian, call ro'ei tzon. For every shepherd, ro'ei tzon is an to'erat, the abomination. Kia to'erata Mitzrayim, call ro'ei tzon. Here, Shema Yisrael, Gevil Yisrael. Here, first book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis, Genesis chapter 47. Genesis chapter 47. Jacob, Yaakov, and his descendants exalted. Then Joseph, Yosef came and told Paro and said, my father and my brethren and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. Wayavo Yosef, Wayavo Yosef, Wayageda lefaro, Wayomer Avi, Achai, Onam, Ubat Arama, Wikola Sher Lahem, Baua, Me Aretz Canaan, Hinama be'aretza Geshen. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brethren, Ma isekem, what is your occupation? Ma isekem, what is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, and they said to Pharaoh, why yomru illa Pharaoh, ro'eya ona evadeka, gam nachnua, gam ebotenu. And they said to Pharaoh, thy servants are shepherds, both we, I, and also I and I fathers. Ro'ei on evadeka, gam nachnu, gam evoteinu. They said, moreover, to Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land are we come, or I and I come, for thy servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we, I and I, pray thee, make thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Vayomru el paroa lagur ba'aretza ba'nu kia eina nira'eh latzon asher la evadeka kia kaved ha ra'ava be'aretza Canaan with atta yashavu na evadeka be'aretza Geshen. And Pharaoh and Paro spake to Yosef, saying, thy father and thy brethren are come to thee, I. Vayomer Paro ila Yosefa lemor avika ve'achreka ba'u aleka. Thy father and thy brethren are come to the I. Aretz Mitzrayim lefaneka he b'mayat av ha'aretza hosheva eta avika ve'eta acheka yashavu be'aretz Geshen ve'im yada'eta ve'yesha ba'manshe chayil ve'samtama sareya mikneh Allah asher li. And Pharaoh spake to Joseph, saying, Thy father and thy brethren are come to thee. The land of Egypt is before thee. In the best of the land make thy father and thy brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen, make them dwell. And if thou knowest any men of activity, and if we'im ya da'ita we'yeshbam anshe chayil, and if thou knowest any able men, anshe chayil, any men of activity, anshe chayil, among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. We'im yada'ita we'yeshbam anshe chayil we'sammitama sareya mikne Allah asher li, for me, over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Yaakov, Jacob, his father, and set him before Pharaoh, and Yaakov and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Wayave Yosef et Yaakov avio, Wayaye miyadehu lifne Pharaoh, Waya bareka Yaakov et Paro. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Why barek Yaakov et Paro. And Pharaoh said to Yaakov, How old art thou? How old thou? How old's I? Vayomer Paro el Yaakov, Kama yimei shnei hayeka. How many are the days of the years of thy life? Kama yimei shnei hayeka. How many are the days? Kama yimei of the years, shnei of thy life, hayeka. And Yaakov and Jacob said to Paro, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers, my patriarchs, in the days of their pilgrimage. And Yaakov said, Wayomer Yaakov ella Paro, to Pharaoh, Yemei Shnei Migurei Sheloshim Ua Me'ata Shana Me'ata We Ra'ima Hayu Yemei Shnei Hayaya Lo Hiya Siguaeta Yemei Shnei Hayaya Botai Bimeya Migureihem. And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of the years of my sojournings, the days of the years of my sojournings, Yemei Shnei Migurei, are 130 years. Shloshim Me'ata Shana, few Me'at We'ara'im, few and evil, Me'at We'ara'im Hayu, have been the days of the years of my life. Me'at We'ara'im Hayu Yemeya Shneya Hayai, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers, my patriarchs. Willow. He sigueta yemeya shneya hayaya votai, in the days of their sojournings. Be may migureihem. And Yaakov and Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. Vareka Yaakov eta paro. Why barek Yaakov eta paro. Why ayetzeya mia lifnei faro. And went out. Why ayetze mia lifnei faro, from the face, from the presence, the perception of Pharaoh, the great house, 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 the great house.
Yes, Habarim, Talmudim, here was the fifth and the sixth aliyos here for this Parashat Wayegash, Parashat Vayegash, Torah reading and feeding, and he drew near, and he came near. Speaking of Yehuda steps to Ha'ish, he approaches the bench, like in court. You know, Your Honor, permission to approach the bench, even though it doesn't say he asked for permission, but he stepped to Yosef, to Ha'ish. What he didn't know was Yosef, but to the man, right? Because of the Binyamin, you know, concerning Binyamin and concerning what had happened and so forth and so on. But here in this Torah reading and feeding right here at the sixth aliyah, did you catch this? Not to go into much depth right here, but just to touch on this. Okay, at the end of chapter 46, so we read and we went through some of the details. We went over a portion right here. There's a lot of interesting things. Even Chayil, Anshe Chayil is mentioned, right? Anshe Chayil, right? Anshe Chayil is mentioned, right? Anshe is like the men of this Hebrew constructed biblical Hebrew. Anshe, Anashim is like the men, right? The Ishes, Anashim. But to say Anshe is like to say the men of. So Anashim is like the men, right? Anashim, and to say Anshe, the men of. So it says the men of activity in the KJV translation. Anshe Chayil comes out. So the Chayil, I think that's over, let's go over here. Actually, where was it? He said, and if you have any men of activity, right, man, what is your occupation? Okay, what is your occupation? It says men of activity. I think it's coming up. Let's go back to this right here. Just touch on a few keys right here. So in chapter 46, right, verse 31, the sixth aliyah, part where it says, Joseph said to his brethren and to his father's house, I will go up, I will aliyah up, right, to El Parod, you know, I will go up and shoot, right, and shoot in the sense of Nagad, like to tell, right, Paro, to announce the power, Pharaoh, right, the great house. Remember, it's in the sense of the great house, Hebraically. Like, yes, there's an individual speaker for that house, like the speaker for the White House is the president, you know. There can be spokesmen, right, but there's a house. So it's not just Joseph and Paro. We shouldn't get that just as Joseph and Pharaoh, but there's others around, right? There's others around. And say to him, right, in their presence, the great house's presence, my brethren in my father's house, that, right, in the land of Mitzrayim are come to me. Now notice what he says right here, right? He says, now he's telling his brothers this. He said, listen, you know, his father, like, you know, I'm so happy that you've come, but I got to make these arrangements, right? So I got to go up, right? And he explains to them here in Genesis 46:31, you know, like, explains to them, right, that the men, right, that what he's going to say is the men are shepherds, right? The men are shepherds, right? Ro'eh is own, right? For their trade has been to feed cattle. So there's a little nuance here. They are shepherds. Now, the own, the word for like flocks. It's like for flocks. Sometimes it's translated as sheep, but it's on, or on, right? Both means like small cattle, sheep. Basically, it's flocks, like sheep and goat. Okay, so there's a sheep and a goat, and then there's the cattle. So it's a little interesting nuance right here where he says he's going to say that the men are shepherds, right, for their trade. have been to feed cattle. So the men, they're shepherds, but their trade, to say like, their business is to feed cattle. So here we have mikneh, right? Mikneh, right? Mikneh, cattle, livestock. There's a difference between sheep and goat and cattle, right? Right? Now, all of them together, yeah, but there's a difference. The son, right? And then there's a mikneh. And they have brought their flocks, right? They brought their flocks as their own, right? So you notice how the word own here for flocks is the same as the word for shepherds, right? The two words right there, right? They're ro'eh, right? They're like shepherds of livestock, the sheep and the goat, right? And they have brought their flocks, their sheep and their goat, and their bakar, right? And their cattle, like the herd of cattle. So this is specific, right? For different kinds of the beasts, the ox, the plowing, the ox, the bulls, check. So we have the sheep and the goat, right? The flocks, the on, and then we have the mikneh, right? And the bakar, right? The cattle, right? Okay, so he goes right here, and it shall come to pass when Paro, when the great house, shall call you, when you be called in the audience before the ruler, Sutanet to Sutanbiti, the Nasut, and we say here the good Paro, right? The particular time of rule. We'll get into some of that reasoning right here. But it says, and it shall come to pass when Paro shall call you, you shall have audience, right? And shall say to you, Ma'asekem, what is your ma'ase? Ma'ase, right? Ma'ase, what is your work? What's your deed? What's your business, your pursuit? Like what's your, what's your occupation is good here, right? What's your occupation? Here in verse 34, notice what Yosef is telling his brothers, because seems like they don't listen. It's kind of interesting. Ishti, said to me, it could be that they just wanted to be away from him or something. Maybe they still were harboring this kind of, we find it as we get to the fullness of Bereshit, of Genesis. They still seem to, their heart's not quite settled. You know what I mean? They haven't really kind of repented, really. You know what I mean? But here, verse 34, right? That y'all shall say, this section is they not listening. Right? I want to show you right here how the writer here puts here something that's often missed, that they don't listen. It's like they're not listening, right? Verse 34, and ye, so Yosef saying to them, right? And ye shall say, right? What shall they say? Thy servant's trade hath been about cattle. Did he say anything about sheep and goat? Right? He don't say nothing about sheep and goat. He says, thy servant's trade have been about cattle. The word for cattle is the mikneh. Right here, mikneh, cattle, livestock, cattle. All right? The secondary can be cows, sheep, and goats. But what he's emphasizing here is the cattle. Now, when we look at ancient Mitzrayim, they also emphasize the cattle too, right? The cattle as well. Thy servants' trade have been about cattle from our youth, even until now. Anachnu, we, and also our fathers, right? Our patriarchs, that y'all may dwell. So he says to say this for the reason being after the colon there, right? To say this when he says thy servant trade. So what they were supposed to say is thy servant's trade have been about cattle from our youth even until now. Both we, Anachnu, right, and our patriarchs. By saying that, this will lead to this, that y'all may dwell in the land of Goshen, Goshen, Chushen, right? For every shepherd. Notice how it's singling out the shepherd. Like I remember reading this part, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Mitzrayim, to the Egyptian. I'm like, oh, wow, for real? Well, that's funny because they carry the chu, right? The chek and the chu. The chek and the chu. The chek is the shepherd's rod, as in chek shaus, the hek, right? And they carry the chu or the chu, right? That is the cow pride. So, when the Egyptian, we see the Mitzrayim, they cross in their heart the rulers, and they have those two staffs. One is of the shepherd, and one is of the cowherd, right? Those two staffs right there. So here, Yosef seems to emphasize to them, right, to say this, right, so y'all may dwell in the Goshen, in the Chushen. Why? Because every shepherd, right, an abomination to Eba, right, to the Mitzrayim, to Ebata Mitzrayim is the abomination of the Mitzrayim. So it's a very interesting something when we start to look at certain things from ancient Mitzrayim from what we can discern, right? Now, we know that cattle play a very, very big role, you know, in the life, liberty, even in the spiritual, metaphysical, afterlife speculations and other things as well, right? But here, just want you to get this verse right here, right? Let's just bring this verse out right here, just for time. It says, Wa Amar Tem. Right? Wa amartem. Right? What y'all shall say. Anshe miknei hayu. Right? Right? Abadeka. Right? Your servants. Mina oreinu. Mina oreinu. From the Naor. Mina oreinu. From, you know, our, from our youth. We're odd ata, we're odd and going on, continuing until ata, like the now, the present time. Gam, also anachnu, right? Definite article, not definite article, pronoun. This is the pronoun we, right? So when we get the pronouns, it's like for extra emphasis. Anachnu, we ourselves, I and I, we. Gam anachnu, gam abotenu, and our abs. Abot, our fathers of Anu, the fathers of Anu, the Abot of Anu, Abotenu, and our fathers. Gam anachnu, gam abotenu, ba'abor, right, teshbu. Now, ba'abor, right, the abor is a way in Hebrew to say for the sake of, or on account of, right, so that, when he says to them, so that, in order, right, so the abor, ba'abor, right, so you're going to say this, ba'abor, for the sake of, on account of, because of, in order that, right? In order to get this, you say that. Teshbu, to yashab, to sit, to dwell, to remain. Be'eretz, in the land, right? In the land of Goshen, Goshen, right? Goshen, right? Goshen, Wayegash. Interesting. Goshen, drawing near. Kia to ebat, because ki, right? For, because, right? The reason, right? The reason for this ki, to abat, to eba, right? Abomination, disgusting thing. So in the Hebrew, to abat, with the t at the end, brings out the sense of constructive. So it would be saying the abomination of ki, for to ebata Mitzrayim, the abomination of the Tawi, the two lands, ancient Egypt. Call, all. The word here, call, right? For all, call roe, right? The roe, right? From ra'ah, right? To pasture, to tent. Now this is interesting because in Hebrew, right, just look from plain view, right? The ra'ah, right? And the ra'ah, it has the same letters. The word, the word for evil, right? And also the word for shepherd, right? But the proper pointing can distinguish them, but basically there is some similarity right here, right? To tend, to pasture, to graze, the roe, the shepherd of the shepherd of sheep and goats is To'ebata Mitzrayim. So at this time, does this point to a change in religious spirituality since each paro, right, brought in like a different denomination, and it's said to be about 42 denominations for the sacred nomes in Egypt. It was all one kind of a faith, but differences like Pentecostal, Baptist, Protestant, this, evangelical, this, that, the next thing, they all speak about Jesus, the Bible, basically, but all these different denominations. Well, Egypt had like 42 sacred precincts that had little differences of denomination. right? So each paro, each great house, each sutanet, sutanbit, sutanbiti, nasut, each ruler, melek of Mitzrayim, they tend to have brought in, especially one who started a dynasty, you know, a certain type of, we could see it in their names, so forth and so on, right? So here he says, and there's a pun between the word shepherd and the word evil. It's kind of an interesting little pun right there. But here we have roe, re'eh, right? Re'ah, right? Not ra'ah, but re'ah, right? Ro'eh, right? Son, right? Now, paying attention to this part right here, right? He basically says, what you shall say, right, is that your trade is about meekness, right? Don't speak about the se'on. Don't speak about small cattle and gold. In other words, the big business, the real big business where you can profit, the real big business was dealing with the bulls, the oxes. You know, we can see that even in ancient Mitzrayim, right? So here, right, then we go to the next chapter, chapter 47. Then Joseph came and told Paro, right? So first he told his brothers, okay, here's what the situation is. Here's what the deal is, right? Right? And here's what you shall say. And then he said, I remember, I'm going to go up, right? But here's the deal. And then he went up. And he came and he told Paro and said, Abi, right, and my ox, my brothers, and their flocks, their own, he mentions flocks, right? And their herds, bakar. Now, the bakar is what we need to focus on. The cattle, the oxen, right? The cattle, the oxen, the bulls. The cattle, the oxen, the bulls, right? The Tauran age, right? Anyway, Aries, is this from Aries to Taurus? If you think about it, the progression of the equinoxes, you know, Aries is the ram belonging to the Se'on, right? But then the Tauran, right, belongs to the Bakar, right? The ox, he says right here, and their herds, their flocks and their herds, and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen, right? Goshen, right? And he took some of his brethren. He took some. Notice, he took some of them. Notice, tells us number 5. He took 5 men and presented them to the great house, the Paro. Now notice, the great house now, right? The leader, right? And the other officials of that dynasty, that dynastic period, that time, that great house, they said to his brethren, what is your occupation? Remember, Joseph told them they're going to ask you, Ma ma'aseh kem. What is your ma'aseh? What is your work, your occupation? Ma ma'aseh kem, speaking to you all, right? And they said, what did they say to Paro? They said, thy servants are shepherds. You know, this is the point where you kind of put your hand on your head, like, oh my, oh no. They said, thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers, right? And they go on to say, they said, moreover to Paro, the great house, for the sojourn in the land are we come. But what about the part about the meekness? What about the part about the cattle, the bakar, the oxen? They didn't say nothing about that, right? It's to dwell, right? To sojourn in the land are we come, for thy servants have no pasture. And for their flocks, and they mentioned it again, the own, right? The sheep and the goats, right? For famine, ra'ab, famine, hunger belly, right? Is sore in the land of Canaan. Now, therefore, we pray allow thy servants to dwell in the land of Goshen. So they got the part where Joseph said, you know, say this so that you can dwell in the land of Goshen. But they really didn't get it, or they just, who are these 5 brethren? Right here. So what they say, they didn't make no mention. Let's just go back here so you can see this right here at the bottom part. He says right here, right? And y'all shall say, thy servants' trade have been about meekness, livestock from our youth, even until now, both we and our fathers. That's what it's will say. Both we and our fathers. Right? Gam anachnu gam aboteinu. Right? So that y'all may dwell. So that part, that y'all may dwell, is the reason why he says to them, and y'all shall say this, so that this, and then he adds on this, for every shepherd, every ro'eh, sa'on, every shepherd, ro'eh, shepherd of sa'on, right, of small cattle, sheep and goat, is an abomination to Eba, right, to Ebata Mitzrayim, right, is a disgusting thing. Something about the ethics of that time, they didn't check for that. You know what I mean? We're not dealing with that. You know, we're not dealing with a ram right now. We're dealing with a bull. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he's trying to tell them, trying to peep them to game, right? So to speak, right? And so he brought these 5, right? They went. They were asked, "What is your occupation?" And they said, "Thy servants." They walk right into it. "Thy servants, shepherds." Right? He said, "But what about the meekness?" Right? They say instead right here, they say right here, it says, "Wayomer paro ela chayo," right? To his brothers, chayo, ma'asechem, wayomru, and they said, wayomru, and they said, ela paro, to the great house, ro'eh, son, ro'eh, son. We are shepherds of cattle. I mean, we're shepherds of sheep and goat. The son right there. All right? Nothing about the meekness. All right? All right? Nothing about the meekness. Right? Abadeka, your servants. Gam anachnu, both we. Gam abotenu, and our fathers. But then when I saw that, I kind of dwelt on that for a moment to make sure I wasn't just seeing things. That Joseph really was trying to tell them, say this because of this, right? If you say that, that's an abomination, right, to the Mitzrayim. So you have to watch what you say, watch what you're speaking, right? And then they said something moreover, right? And they said moreover to Paro, right? To sojourn in the land of Mitzrayim are we come, for thy servants have no pasture for their, notice it is, Se'on. So he said, we are shepherds of Se'on, sheep and goats, and we have no pasture for our Se'on. The famine is very bad in the land. Enough hungry belliness in the land of Canaan. Now, therefore, we pray, we beseech the eye, right? May thy servants, speaking of themselves, dwell in the land of Goshen, right? And notice what Paro, notice for a moment, Paro, the great house, right? No doubt Melech, the ruler, right? Him and Joseph seem to, have an agreement. He turns to Joseph. He turns to Joseph, like what? What's up, right? Saying, thy father and thy brethren are come to thee. He says, the land of Mitzrayim is before thee, right? The best of the land. Make thy father and thy brethren dwell in the land of Goshen. So he grants that request, but check it. Let them dwell, right? And if thou knowest any men, this is the key right here, right? He didn't make it so overt, but by saying this, it's in the conversation between the Paro, right, the good Pharaoh right here, and Joseph. And if thou knowest any men of activity among them, make them rulers over my cattle. Notice what he says, meekness. He says cattle, the same thing that Joseph was saying. So Joseph must have known that, man, they got a lot of cattle. The brethren can, do business in the cattle right there in Goshen. So say this. Don't say the thing about the shepherd, because the shepherd, they're not looking at the shepherd very good. Yeah, I know they got the shepherd's rod, the heck, right? The heck. You remember the heck as in the heck shouse, right? The heck or the hook, right? That's the shepherd's rod, right? Yes, they carry that, but somehow they may have moved past that. Who knows? But right here, he says men of activity, right? The Enosh or the Anshe, right? Chayil. Anshe Chayil. There's that word Chayil, right? Translated as ability, men of strength, men of Chayil, men of ability, right? And make them Sarim, Sars, like rulers, princes, chiefs, right? Over my meekness. So the Paro over here, he kind of saves it. He kind of saves it for them. He just kind of tags that on right there. But it's clear that they didn't really follow the instruction, right, of Joseph, right? They didn't follow. See, Joseph was sent there to provide for the family. So he's providing even advice, saying, say this. But they say something else, but a good thing that the Paro basically added on to that. And if thou knowest men of activity, Anshe Chayil, Chayil, men of Chayil, 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 Anshe Chayil. That's that word right here. Activity, also strength and power elsewhere, right? Among them, make them Sarim, make them Sars, because aren't you Yisrael, Sarata, right? Sar means prince because you Sarah with Elohim. So you should have some men of Chayil, Anshe Chayil. And if any of them, then make them over my Miknah. So the Miknah here, he brings in the cattle. Then Joseph brought Yaakov, right? And then that segues to the part where Jacob, is brought forward by Joseph before Pharaoh. And note, it says he blesses him, right? Then Paro, the great house and the ruler, and the great house asks Yaakov, how old was he? It seemed like they was like, wow, how many are the days of the years of thy life? You know what I mean? Could it be, right? Could it be right over here, as we were shown before, like he might have, just been that kind of an old man, right there, right? So be that as it may, right? Jacob says to them, the days of the years of my pilgrimage, 130. Then he says, Ma'at, right? Right? He says they were few and evil, the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained. I haven't reached the age, the years, the days of the life of my patriarchs in the days of their pilgrimage. Now, there are some who reason on this and say that, well, for Yaakov to bless Paro, right? That's that Abrahamic thing, right? We are the blessing, to be a blessing. Let them curse, but what make we bless? So he blessed Paro, right? But some say because he talked about the days like that, few and evil. Some say that might be one of the reasons why Jacob didn't quite live to that age, some say, of his patriarchs. Be that as it may, right? So Joseph, he places them in possession. He nourishes them, gives them bread and so forth and so on. But right there, to that word right there, you can see where he blessed him upon entering in right here, right? Verse 7, Joseph brought in Yaakov, their father, and set him before Paro, the great house, and Yaakov blessed Paro, right? And then when he exited, right, Yaakov blessed Paro, right, and went out from before the great house. That's where we leave off, and then we have the seventh Aliyah, for the Shabbat time, right here. So some question, some Torah scholars, there's an interesting reasonment that goes on to question why did he say what he said? Few and evil and all of that, so forth and so on. And could that have contributed? Because knowing that blessing that he has been given, who Yaakov Yisrael really is. Words shape reality. Calling those things which be not as though they were, so to speak. I want you to zoom in on that part about the shepherds, right? The sheep and the goat, and also those two symbols that the Egyptians often use, like the king tut, he crosses his heart, so to speak, with the heck, with the heck, right? The heck and the khu, right? The khu. One is a shepherd's rod, you know how I love the shepherd's rod, right? The crook and the flail. The crook, they call it the crook, the crook and the flail. The crook and the flail is how they refer to it, which, interestingly enough, in this Torah reading and feeding, looking at the attention to details, the shepherd's rod is used for the seon, right? And the cow pride, right? The cow pride. I was going to play a little clip right here, because here we are already, at 3 hours. So we lost Blog Talk Radio right there. So one's listening, come over here. I'm going to just touch briefly on today's daily psalm. The 6 verses here. We have Psalm 13, Chabarim, 13. So here for this Torah reading and feeding right here. Let us clear this so that it doesn't echo. Right? Don't get the inadvertent echo right here. So once listening on the BTR Blog Talk Radio, you can migrate over here to the YouTube, to the Rastafari Israelites, channel 1 on the Rastafari Groundation. So I'm going to pick up right here.
with today's daily psalm, according to Royal Order, we have Psalm 13, just 6 verses. All right, 6 verses. Luko Batalua. So let's go. Going to Zion, Upper Room of Zion podcast. Here is Zebulun, right? Zebulun, dub system going to Zion. Yes. Going to Zion, both psychologically, and soul, also spiritually, psycho-spiritually. First you have to do things in the spirit before they really manifest. So looking at in the Brit Hadash sense, you have to kind of come out of Babylon psychologically and spiritually in order for you to take laid in your ass with all your things and get out. You know what I'm saying? Or to get your ass out of there. I'm not cursing. There's not no curse right there. It's just speaking about, to take your things out of there, because this Babylon is like a cage. But here, from despair to hope. Today's daily psalm, right here in the upper room of Zion, right, upper room of Zion.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
So today's daily psalm, let's bring it up right here. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 13. Mizmor Yod, right? Gimel, some say Yud Gamel, Yud Gimel, Yod Gimel. Yod, Hebrew, Aleph, numerics. Yod has a numerical value, 10th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, has a numerical value of 10. And Gimel, the third letter of the Hebrew Aleph Beit. Here we have from despair, theme of today's daily psalm, from despair to hope. Right, and it kind of resonates here with the season, the Hanukkah, Maccabee fighting holidays, the Joseph, and the reunion, family reunion, even especially for the patriarch, Abinu Yaakov. But here, today's daily psalm is Likul Batalawa. We have like six verses right here, right? Also themed as a suppliant cry, like a call, a shout out, right, of one who is utterly undone. Utterly undone. Right? Just a point right there for further studies, for the Chabarim, some of the Talmudim, as the Psalms, right? The Psalms from our studies were instructional for various orders of disciples, right? Disciples, even the Moshiach time. The Psalms was a point of reference, right? The Psalms, books like Proverbs, right? As Proverbs as well, right? Yarum, right? Yarum of the personal cry. With that, Dawid opens Psalm 13, Mizmor Yod Gimel, Psalm XIII, Psalm 13, right here, Chabarim is how he opens this psalm right here. Just looking over the Ivrit. Give me one moment right here. Whoa. Yes. Okay. So it's a how long psalm, right? How long psalm. Now, in the previous psalm, Psalm 12, as we see the link between, psalms in the ordering in the Psalter, in the Sefer Tehillim as Mora Dawit. In Psalm 12 is themed of prayer answered, Yod Beit, right? Now, for the reasons, right, of the connectivity, the collector, compiler, couple these psalms together. We see that some psalms together seem to have a familiar theme, or some being like a morning prayer, evening prayer, right? In that kind of order, there's some relationship, right? So Psalm 13, from despair to hope, right? To the time when Saul had posted watches, right? He had lookouts, right? Watches to hunt Dawid. In fact, we looked it up. What was it, about 20, almost like 20 something, 22 years, right? I was just curious, how long did this thing between, Shaul, right, and Dawid, right? Shaul, who was anointed king, but he was acting like an anti-Moshiach, like an antichrist in his behavior with Dawid. And Dawid truly was showing after, a man after Yahweh's own heart. But how long was that struggle going on? From the best study and points of reference in the scripture, that was going on for 22 years. Isn't that interesting? The Alpha and Omega, so to speak, very loosely, like so to speak in Greek. So to speak in Greek, the Alpha Omega of Hebrew, right, is 22 letters from Aleph, Ha-Aleph, to Ha-Taweh. From the Aleph, the first letter, to the Tau, or some say Tav, right? The Aleph, Ha-Aleph, Ha-Tav, Ha-Aleph, Ha-Taweh, right? So 22 years. So this psalm here, right, is assigned by some of the scholars to the time when Saul had posted watches to hunt Dawid from place to place. So he had scouts, he had lookouts. Remember, he's king, right, from place to place. And when, having been long and unceasingly persecuted, so let's keep this in mind, 22 years. So he's anointed, And no doubt he knew who Samuel was, and it was very clear to them, that this was a great thing that was done to Dawid, right, to David. But then having to go through those 22 years of persecution, just think about that, right? And maintain integrity, great integrity did Dawid maintain in that. So we're gonna big up the great integrity, man after Yahweh's own heart right there, because then when we look at his down sitting, we can be more free to, look at, yeah, that was a bad moment. But this is a good moment to show, man after Yahweh's own heart. Right here. So Dawid, he dared to cherish, right? He dared to cherish a hope, to say like expectation of escaping death for 22 years, right? Only by, it says here, in the fatigable vigilance, like vigilance that wouldn't get tired, wouldn't have no fatigue, wouldn't wear out, that vigilance, and also having endurance, right? Now, some say that perhaps this is the correct view. The psalm, it consists of 3 strophes, only 6 verses, but 3 strophes, musically speaking. And if it be preferred, 3 groups of decreasing magnitude. There is a long sigh, a long, deep sigh is followed as from the relieved breaths, like almost like we come to a point like, take a breath, right? The relieved breaths by an already much more gentle and half calm prayer, half calm. And again, this by the amaining, the crediting, the trusting, right? The beliving joy that anticipates the certainty of being answered. You remember how Moshiach Rabbeinu, when teaching the principles, the true principles of prayer, right? He said, when you pray for a thing, right, truly, right, to Yahuwah Eloheinu, right, to Ha Elohim, you have to pray, right, receiving, knowing that you received the thing you pray for, right? So the certainty of being answered. This song, as it were, it casts up constantly lessening waves. So it's almost like there's a storm, but it's gradually getting calmer and better until it becomes still as the sea when smooth like a mirror. You ever see the sea when the sea is still? We know the waves going up and down, like stormy waves. But you ever look at the sea when the sea is smooth like a mirror, almost like a mirror? You're like, wow, that's interesting. And then you can see the blue above, the blue below, reflecting like a mirror. And only the motion discernible at last is that of joyous ripple of a calm response. So here, kind of bringing out this kind of reasoning here. This is some of the notes right there. We like to touch on the notes so we know what to chant. The Mizmor is for, right? Read over what the scholars in recent and even more ancient past times reason on from our people and others that took a regard to these studies. And then we can come together and reason, right? Iron sharpen iron. So from despair to hope. Mine enemy is again prominent, and he is probably Shaul, right? Saying this of David, mine enemy, mine enemy, mine enemy, mine enemy, as we have in the 2nd verse KJV wise, where it says, Yarum, Oibi, Allah, Yarum, right? Yarum, right? So that was actually up here. So this is this word here, right? The Yarum, right? Bringing out the sense of like the enemy exalted, oiv, exalted, oib, my oyeb, right? Mine enemy. This is bringing out this verse right here. Oyeb, oib, mine enemy, mine lie, upon I, or above I, or to say against I. Some commentators like Rashi and Kimchi, right? They take the speaker. Some interpret this, Yehudi teachers and scholars, they interpret this here as the speaker here being Yisrael, right? The speaker as being Yisrael, suffering down oppression, right? Oppression, or more correctly, downpression under his neighbors, right? So this personal Psalm of David can be applied to all of I and I, like as one man, like Israel as one man, like as one corporate entity. So that's where some scholars they apply that the speaker here is to be Israel, suffering downpression under his neighbors, or even in a sense in exile. But the personal interpretation that we have in today's daily psalm is generally preferred by other commentators and even some of the modern commentators. And yes, I think we need to look at it like that at first. It's personal, right? It's the I of Dawid, right? And that's speaking for I and I, right? Then we can apply it to the I and I, right? First I is before I and I. You can't just jump to I and forget I, the I. The trials of Dawid, right, that Dawid had to endure at the then king's hand, Shaul, and let's say anointed king. This is what we look at the from a New Testament perspective. Shaul became like an antichrist, right? Because Christ means Moshiach. He's a Messiah anointed, but now he's acting as an anti-Messiah against David, right? The true Moshiach, right? So here there was a trials, 22 years of them, right? That David had to endure at the king's hand. They were long drawn out. So think about 22 years from Aleph to Tam, full letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the 22 right there. And he is downcast, right? You think? He's a little downcast. Dawid, he's trying to keep that faith, keeping that faith. But he's downcast, right, at the delay of the coming Yeshua. Yeshua in the sense Yeshua, 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 speaking about salvation, the victory, right? That relief, that victory, right? Under the strain of anxiety, there is the cry. And the cry here leads us to the opening verse right here. What is that cry? Adana, 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 Adana. How long? Adana. It bursts from his lips. Adana, Yahuwah, Adana. Right? How long? But it is stilled. Be still by the hope, right? The tikwa, right? The tikwa, to say tikva, by the expectation, or the tesfa, by the expectation that surges in his heart. So Dawid in this time, he keeps it hard to come. All right, so here for the Talmudim, here from the Sefer Tehillim, today's daily psalm. So here we begin up here from the Aleph, Aleppo right there, the Aleph verse, right, including the superscription right here, to the chief musician, right, Perek Aleph, right, Perek Aleph, verse 1, Aleph, right, verse, to the chief musician, a psalm of David, of David. How long wilt thou forget me, Yahweh, forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face, thy presence, thy perception, thy interface, thy perception, thy person from I? How long will you hide your face, right? Your perception, right? Your presence, right? Your person, right? From I. So what do we have here? To the chief musician. So here we're at Psalm 13 right here. La menatzeach. La menatzeach. To the one who natzach. Menatzeach. To the overseer, right? To the overseer, the chief musician, to the overseer. La menatzeach, it's a mizmor, right? It's a melody, a psalm, but more better, it's a chant, right? Chant a psalm. Isis, it's a chant, mizmor le Dawid, a psalm of David, right? A psalm of David. Bringing out this verse here. So 13:1, 13:2 in the KJV. This is all being say the first verse area, right? La menatziach mizmor le Dawid. Ad ana Yahuwah tisha kacheni netzach ad ana tasatir reta paneka mimeni right? How long? Ad ana, ad and ana, right? Let's go down here to Tanakh here to break down these two words. We have ad, as far as it's related to the one, the od. Remember we talked about Joseph, od, Yosef, chai, od, he's still. We have the other form, ad and od, right? Ad, like as far as, right? You know, how long, until, has a sense of like until, right? Ad ana, ad ana, until where, until whither, until when, has a sense of how long, ad, until, right? Anna, where, until where, right? Until when, right? Until when, how long, right? So he's asking, ad ana, how long? This is the key opening portion right here. Ad ana, Yahuwah, Tisha Tishaka, Tishakacheni, Tishkach ani. That Tishkach, you forget, ani, altogether. Tishkacheni, Netzach. Now here's a Netzach. Interesting, the Netzach. We have the Netzach, we have the Natzah, Menatziyah. In the New Testament sense, in the Chazon Yochanan, in the revelation, the vision, the prophetic vision of Yah's grace or of John, right? We have the Menantzeyach as the overcomer, right? Check, right? So here he says Ad, he says Netzach. Would you forget me, Netzach? Now Netzach has a sense, Netzach. Also, you find Netzach on the Eitz Chaim, right? On the Kabbalah, on the tree of life, the Sephirah Netzah. It has a sense of perpetuity. It has a sense of like traveling towards a goal. Like it's like a goal, but it's like the distance, like the bright object traveling towards a goal, right? And this has that sense of forever, like moving along that. If you can, bring it out, natzach, right? Natzach right here. It can mean menatziach, overseer, right? New covenant sense, the overcomer. But the sense of this right here is like to be eminent, right? But the bright object, right? The bright object at a distance, travel toward. If you think about that, the bright object at a distance, travel toward. It's like if you're in the dark, you have to imagine even a pinhole of light. If you're over, if you're in a dark, right, place, imagine even a pinhole of light, right? That's like that netzah. So he's asking, listen, I'm in the dark, but is it netzah? Right? Is it forever, ever? How long will thou hide thy face, thy presence? So first, ad ana, netzach. How long? Forever. The conflicting thoughts. Dawid is having some conflicting thoughts right here in his mind. These are vividly brought out, right, by the two questions. Right? There's two questions. KJV puts it as three questions. Right? How long will thou forget me, Yahweh? Forever? Question 2. Third question, KJV has it as how long will thou hide thy face from me? In Hebrew, it's two questions, right? It's two questions, right? But KJV has as three. Adana Yahuwah Tishkacheni Netzach. They parse it as Adana Yahuwah Tishkacheni Netzach, instead of Tishkacheni Netzach. Will you forget me, Netzach? Will you forget me forever? Right? For like a long time, like so long, like time out of mind, right? Adana Tasatireta Paneka Mimeni. How long will you tastir? Tastir, how long will you satar? Satar, right? To hide, conceal. He hid, he concealed. Tastir. How long will you tastir? Will you hide? Will you conceal? Tastir, right? Hide by covering, literally or figuratively, right? Tastir ad ana, tastir eta paneka. Will you hide what? Paneka. Would you hide your panim, your face, your faces, your presence, your person, right? Your interface, right? How long would you hide your face, your presence from me? So these questions, right? How long right, have I yet to wait for relief? Right? These two questions brought out, right? 2 to 3, if you please, questions brought out by the force themselves, right? It forces the attention, right? It forces like his attentions upon how long have I yet to wait for relief? Will Elohim, will the creator, the judge, forget me, right? Netzach, right? For like a long time, like forever, right? In the expressive remark of one Martin Luther, right, going through some interesting translations. And one thing I salute some of the older scholars, interpreters that come down into the English. They really did study the Hebrew, at a time when, when you think about resources, we got a lot of these resources now, but we really need to do more study. Right? So what? We don't get it correct at first. Practice makes perfect. Iron sharpen iron. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Right? So in the expressive remark of Luther, right, Martin Luther, he said that hope despairs. So expectation, what you expect. There's a proverb that says, hope deferred makes the heart sad, but when the desire is come, it's a tree of life. Something like that. Hope deferred makes the heart sad, but when the desire or the expectation, the desire is come, it is a tree. She's a tree of life. So Martin Luther had said, not King, but Martin Luther, from the Protestant Reformation, the Church of Smyrna, right? He said, hope despairs. So expectation, you really looking forward to something. Sometimes that looking forward to something, it feels like, you don't get it just yet. You despair. And yet despair, yet even in that despair. Think about the Damian Marley tune, right? Nas, like despair, right? Despair, right? Yet despair expects. Yet sometimes even in that, despairing, you have a good expectation. But he's asking for what? He's asking for the face. Now, this is interesting because we're told that, well, no one has seen God. Right? Well, what does it mean? But then we find that Moshe spoke to him as a man speaks to his friend face to face, to have that presence, that perception, right? That presence. How long will I hide thy face? Adana, tastiret paneka mimeni, mime ani, mime from ani, from me, right? Seemingly careless of my plight. I need to have your face, your person, your presence. Sometimes in this running about, this despairing and trying to hope, I need that, that download of your interface. I need this interface. You know what I mean? I need this face to face. Is what he's saying. Right here, first verse again, including the superscription. Now the first verse, let's see, 1 2 3 4 5. Actually it's 5 verses. Let's see, 1 2 3 4 5. It's 5 verses in the King James version, but the superscription, of course. But right here 5. Yeah, no, I'm counting it right here. What was about to say right here? Oh, let's just go over the verse here and get to the second verse, the section. Verses 1, verses 1 to, right, verses 1 to, say, 1 to 5 is the cry of the despair, to the theme, despair. La Menatzeach Mizmor Dawi, to the chief musician, the musical leader, musical director, a chant of David. Adana Yahuwah Tisha Kacheni Netzah. Adana Tastiret Paneka Mimeni. Right? Here to the bait verse, the bite to the second verse right here. Hebraically, the second verse, KJV. Again, so he has how long, 2 how longs, first verse. Here again, ad ana. How long shall I take counsel in my soul? Sorrow in my heart daily. How long, another how long, ad ana, shall mine enemy be exalted over me, be exalted over I. The Ivrit here, ad ana, ashita ota binafshi, yagona bia levabia, yomam Adana Yarum Oibi Alai. How long shall Oibi or in the modern Hebrew sense, Adana Yarum Oivi Alai Oibi shall my hater, my enemy. Right? First he says to take counsel. Adana Ashit Eitzot. Ashit to take Eitzot counsels. Benafshi. Benafshi. How long shall I take? Ashit. Sheet in Hebrew is to put, to set. Right? Sheet, he put, he set. Here he says Ashit. Ashit. I put, I set, I station, I appoint. Right? Etzah is singular. Here he says etzot. Right? Etzot. Right? Or rather, yeah, etzot. Etzot. Adana. Ashita etzot. Right? So etzah is singular. Counsels. So the KJV says counsel, but actually it's counsels. This one is counseling me to do this. This one is counseling me to that. This advice is this. That advice. Some, have different ideas about what the purpose should be right here. The advice, the plans, the prudence in this situation. David got counsel for many of his loyalists, right? Adana, Shita, Eitzot, right? Counsels, Benafshi, in my nefesh, in my psyche, right? Psychologically speaking, right here. Take counsel in my soul. Actually, it's take counsels, right? Set counsels. Adana, until where, until when? Ashita itzota benafshi, right? Ashita itzot benafshi, to set counsels. How long must I continue to devise plans? Eitzot. This eitzah, that eitzah, that eitzah. This one has this counsel, this advice. I have all these eitzot, these counsels. Benafshi, right? In my nefesh shali, right? How long? Ana, until where? I'm doing this day by day, right? Shall I continue to devise plans to escape? To escape the net. Shaul was busybody, right? Right? To escape the net and the nets that Shaul, right? There's this net he was tightening, right? About Dawid. So Dawid is asking, like, how long? Right? How long? You know what I mean? Can't get no rest. There's sorrow. Sorrow here in the Hebrew is yagon. Right? It's like agony. Agon, agony, yagon, grief, yagon, right? Sorrow, yagon, affliction, yagon, agony, from yaga, the verb to afflict, to grieve, right? So that affliction in the Hebrew is yagon. So he says, yagon, be lebabi, right? In my lebab. Be a lebabi, yomam. Be lebabi. So there's yagon, sorrow, be a lebabi. Right? So here we have lebab. So we have the lib, the heart, the lebab, like the conscience, right? The conscience right here, the seat of the appetites, emotions, right? The courage, the heart in his center, right? Sorrows in my heart, yomam. So we have the word yomam. Now, word in Hebrew, yom in Hebrew and yom in the Ge'ez, right? The Ge'ez, Ethiopic, the Ge'ez, right? The both languages, the word yom, because they're both Afro, Semitic languages. Yom means day, right? Yomam means like in the daytime, but it can also have the sense of days. Yomam, the idea of daily. Yomam. So he's saying, Yagona be a lebabi, in my conscience, Yomam, right? For days. The crushing weight of anxiety, the crushing weight of waiting for the fulfillment of what he's praying and asking for. Remember, Dawid went through this was like 22 years, right? A 2-2, all the way from Aleph, from the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, to Tau, right? To the cross, to the X, to the T, right? From A to T, right? Gentiles say A to Z, but we say from A to T. So the crushing weight of anxiety, right? The tightness, the constriction, You know, 'cause every day you're on the lookout. One's to tell you, hey, I heard Saul got some guys over there. Like you got to watch out. So we're gonna move over there. And Dawid is like trying to do like Hebrew Tai Chi in a sense. He's not trying to strike back, right? He could very well strike back, at Saul, right? But he has a regard for Yahweh's Mashiach. It says the Lord's anointing. In fact, that's where that verse actually comes from, because some of David's men were saying, listen, Saul's bodyguards are sleeping. They're schlepping. They're schlepping. They're sleeping. You know what I mean? We can just go in, right? Let me go in. I can jerk him. You can go in and jerk him. We can. And Dawid basically says, al tashchitehu, al tashchit, al tashchitehu. Do not destroy, right? If you lay a hand on him, I'm going to have to lay a hand on you. Lay not a hand against the Lord's anointed, right? This is where it actually comes from, in the text, right? So he's giving all this counsel. Your mom, right? He has sorrow in his heart by days, right? As the consequence of planning in the sleepless nights. So why do you say sorrow in my heart day and night? No. He says sorrow in my heart, Yagona be lababi your mom. He says your mom, right? Days, daily. It's a daily thing because all the sleepless nights on the alert, from a sneak attack, right? Sleepless nights. His heart is heavy, right? His mind, his thoughts, his psyche is heavy and weary, right? During the day. Like if you're spending like that's why Dawid, had the other song like what is the prophet like to rise up early, sit up late if it's not the Yahweh, if you don't build a house, watch the city, do all of that, then to wake up early, to stay up late, eating the bread of sorrows. But here's these anxieties, these sleepless nights, right? So in the daytime, you know what it's like if you don't get no sleep at night and then you're up in the day, you're wearing sunglasses. I don't know if they had that privilege right there, right? But then he says this here, another odd honor. So far, we count how many odd honors, right? We count four of them, right? Four of them, right? The X marks the spot from Aleph to Tau, right? The Hebrew X, the Hebrew cross, Aleph to Tau. Four of them, right? Here's the fourth odd honor. He says this, he says, odd honor, till when, till where, how long, until when? Odd honor, Yarum, Oibi, Alai, Yarum, right? Room, right? The root word here to rise up, he rose up. Yarum. He be exalted, he be high, 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 right? How long shall my enemy be raised up, be lifted up, be exalted, be high, right? Raised high, lie, against I or upon I, to say like all, like from above, right? Like over I, upon I, right? How long? Now he says about the enemy, he says oi be, right? He don't say, oi bay, oi beam, oi veem. He don't say enemies, right? He's speaking about one hater and one hater in particular, right? As we had said from what was it? And that enemy must be Shaul. Yeah, mine enemy, Oib, right, is again prominent. My Oib, right? Yarum, he's high, 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 high. Oib, my enemy, Alai, against I. My enemy is again prominent, and he is definitely Shaul. He is Saul in the context right here of the scriptures. Exalted, Yarum to be high, corresponding to the English idiom. There's an English idiom. This is like a Hebraicism for the English idiom, right? We have an English idiom that's similar to this. Have the upper hand. How long shall he have the upper hand? So when Dawid says, Adana, Yarum oibi alai, how long, right? Until when, right? How long shall mine enemy be exalted over me? He's saying, how long shall my enemy have the upper hand, right? Because definitely Shaul, right? Saul did have the upper hand. So right here, this is the cry, the call out, the shout out of the stress. Slicha. Let's bring it back over here to the compare. So here we are at right? We are at the Gimel verse, right? The Gimel verse. Moving on to the next verse right here, the Gimel verse. Consider, hear me, right? O Yahweh, Elohai, Elohai, right? My Elohim, Elohai, Haliai, Elohai, lighten mine eyes, lest I sleep the death. So the KJV has a kind of a beautiful little poetical kind of thing that's going on in the King James Version, lest I sleep the sleep of death. But the word sleep of is not there in the Hebrew. So the basic sense of it is, lest I sleep the death. Lest I sleep the death. He says right here in the Hebrew, the Ivrit, it says, Habita, Habita, Habita. Come on now, Nabat. He's saying to Yahweh, come on now, Nabat for I. Habita, Habita, right? Habita, right? What does that mean? To look, to regard. This word here means like to scan, right? To scan, right? The scan right here. Scan, the Nabat, Habita, scan. The implication is to look intently, really take a look, right? The implication is like regard this with also pleasure and favor and care. Scan this and understand exactly what I'm saying. Please respond to me, right? Habita, right? Aneni, Aneni, answer me. So it's not consider and hear me, as the King James Version says, right? It's more as the Hebrew says, Habita aneni, aneni, Habita aneni, aneni, ana me, right? To honor me, right? But aneni, ane, right? Aneni, right? To answer me, answer. You see what it says? Answer, respond, testify, speak, shout. Give me a shout out. Oh, yeah. Right. But this word Anna properly, right, means to I, right? Because we have Ein and Anna. Ein, Anna. You hear the similarity? Ein, the I, physical I, and Anna. So Anna is like Yada, the word for praise. And we have Yad, the hand. Put your hands up, and praise handed to Yah, right? Yada. So here we have a similar, right, from the noun Yad, hand, Yada. Here we have from the noun Ain, Ana, that properly means to I. To I me, to answer me, I me. You know what I mean? Heed me, pay attention to me. The implication is respond to me, begin to speak. In other words, begin to act on my behalf. Habita aneni Yahuwah, oh he who be, Elohai, 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 Haliai, Habita aneni Yahuwah Elohai. Haira, Ainai, Haira, lighten, illuminate, cause light, literally, light. Haira, Ainai, lighten, Ainai, my eyes. Pen, unless, if you don't, pen, Ishan, lest I will sleep. Ishan, Pen Ishan Hamawet, Pen Ishan Hamawet, in a modern Hebrew enunciation, Pen Ishan Hamavet, Pen Ishan Hamavet, Pen Ishan Hamawet, Pen Ishan Hamavet, right? Lest I sleep, right? Hamawet, lest I sleep the Mavet, lest I sleep the Mawet, lest I sleep the death, right? So what is he saying here? Here's the antidote. The antidote to the sensation of hopelessness in prayer, right? You know what antidote is, right? This is the antidote, right? To the sensation, the feeling, the perception, right? That we might feel in our soul, right? And even in our spirit to a degree, right? But definitely in our soul and in our heart, right? Our feelings, our emotion, right? There's the antidote to sensation of hopelessness, right? Where you what you expect, you're like, man, I must be crazy. Why am I even expecting this? Man, I just been wasting my time, man. Oh my gosh, oh my goodness. You know, in tefillah, in prayer, This is why now you compare this here and the breakdown and the build here, right, with what Robeno Yeshua says on prayer, right, in the Brit Chadasha, right? You know, like we said, expectant prayer, hopeful prayer, right? Not to faint, right, in prayer, right? But yet, in reality, sometimes when what you expect is taking a long time, remember Dawid, 22 years, check, check. And some of us think we went through something for a long time, right? But 22 years, the antidote to the sensation of hopelessness in prayer. What is it? What Dawid says right here, Habita aneni, right? Scan, right? Look diligently, right? Behold thou. This is in contrast to how long will thou hide thy face, right, from me. He wants to see that face, have that interface, that face to face, right? But he says, now he flips it here. He says, you know what? Habita, right? Aneni, you scan, you look, you regard, right? You look upon my troubled life. You look and see what I'm saying and respond to me, right? Habita aneni, Yahweh, oh he who be, calling on the covenant name, right? And he's saying Yahweh. He didn't say Yahweh Eloheinu, you know, the Elohim of Anu, our Elohim. He says Elohai, my God, my almighty power, my creator, my judge, Yahweh Elohai, highly I. Then he asks right here, he says to lighten. So the word here is from the root word or, right? The word or. Here in the verse we have ha'ira, ha'ira. You know, the priestly benediction where we say Yair, 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 right? Yair, right? Yair Yahweh, may he who he be, may he lighten, right? May he lighten, right? Lighten our countenance, our face, right? You know, shine upon us. So it's from the word or is the verb. Or, awar, awar, or means a light to shine, right? So we have this here in the ha'ira, ha'ira, to give light, to illuminate, the he feel sense, to illuminate, to lighten up, to cause to shine, right? To cause to shine, to lighten. You see the lighten of eyes, lighten of Torato, of his Torah, to make his face to shine, right? Paneka, Yair, Paneka, right? May he shine his face, right? The shine of his face, right? The luminous, right? Lighten, right? But he says, lighten mine eyes. Haira, ainai, my eyes. Pen, lest, pen, unless. Ishan come from Yashain. Yashain means to sleep or to be asleep. Yashain in the parts of speech in the biblical Hebrew would literally directly mean he sleep, like he slept, right? He slept, he was asleep, right? But here in the form of the verb here in the Hebrew is Ishan, right? Ishan, I will sleep, right? I sleep, I will sleep, right? Ishan, pen Ishan hamawet. Lest I sleep, lest I Ishan from Yashen, right? The sleep of Mawet. And notice here in the Hebrew, right, in the verse, it's actually not just even Mawet, right, or Mavet, it's actually Hamawet, Hamavet, the death, not just a death, but the death, right? Be like they say, dead, right? So he says, lighten mine eyes, enlighten and lighten my eyes, Haira ainai, right? Relieve my spirit, ruchi, my ruach, restore my courage, the eye. What about the eye? The ein, right? Ein. Let's bring out the word eye. Ein, right? Here's the plural einai. Einai, the eye, right? The eye, the physical eye. The eye. They said the eye is the window. They said the eye is the window to the nefesh, the window to the soul, as showing mental qualities, the ein, right? The ayin, right? It's an ayin. We enunciate it harder because in biblical Hebrew, you don't confuse it with ain. Ain, which looks like ain, ain means not. It does not exist. But here it's not aleph, right? But it's ain, right? The ain, right? Mental faculties, mental and spiritual faculties, right? So what do we have here? Well, the eye, right? Yes, eye, but the eye, the seeing eye, it reveals the inward disposition, doesn't it? Doesn't the eye, the eye, reveal the inward disposition? Age, grief, or trouble is said to darken it, right? To darken it, both in a literal sense, but also in a figurative sense, right? If you can see that figuratively, see spiritually. When, right, when Jonathan, remember Jonathan? When Jonathan had recovered from the faintness of hunger, after eating some honey. Do you remember in First Shemuel, First Samuel, Talmudim, fellow disciples, take this down. First Samuel 14:27. Check out First Samuel 14:27. It's when Jonathan had recovered from the faintness of hunger, right? After he ate some honey. He ate some honey. The scripture says that his eyes brightened. His eyes, it tastes some good honey. Woo wee. Woo, wow. Like she bright eyes now. So even Jonathan, this will bring out the point of lightening, right? And how the eyes, what the eyes show, right? And he says, pen, right? Go down here so I can bring out the word pen. Pen means less, like unless, right? Not less, beware less, right? Unless, right? The sense of unless, right? We have pen Ishan, hamawet, lest I sleep, right? The death, right? Should Saul, right? Shaul, Old Testament Saul, should Saul accomplish his designs, then that's gonna be it. Mavet, right? The image of Mawet, of Mavet, of Mot, right, of death as sleep. So in the Hebrew scriptures, we get the image, the word picture, right, of Mawet, of Mot, Mavet, of death as sleep. This is frequent, right, in many places in the Hebrew scriptures. For example, in Job, right, in Job chapter 3, verse 13, the image of death as sleep. In Job chapter 7, right, verse 21, as well as in Job chapter 14, verse 12, we get the image of Mawet, Mot, Mavet, death as sleep. Right? Now, there's an analogy that finds expression in two of the ancient Talmudical sayings, the ancient teachings of the ancient scholars of Torah. What were this analogy? Sleep, it is said that sleep is a 60th part of death. So, fractions. So you have something in 60 parts, right? And so one, right, of 60th, right? 1/60th, right? Sleep is a 60th part of death. And it is said that the incomplete experience of death is sleep, all right? Something to reason on. Sleep being the 60th part of death, and the incomplete experience of death is sleep, all right? So, in a sense, especially in the King of Kings Christ and Moshiach Yeshua, right, to glory of Abba Father, it should not fear anyway, but, because we all tend to get some sleep, some rest, check it. So, right here at this particular verse right here, right? This particular verse right here, right? Let's come to the fourth, the Dalet verse right here, right? Lest, right? Mine enemy say. So again, he's referring to his enemy here in the verse 4. Lest mine enemy say, I have prevailed against him. And it's interesting because here it is strictly singular, right? Singular, right? Of course, we can look at it as a singular collective, but because of Shaul, all of them were running up and down, bumming after Dawid, seeking to kill him, capture or kill, right? Lest mine enemies say, I have prevailed against him. Those that trouble me, that trouble I rejoice when I am moved. Here, right? Let's go up here. Pen. So he continues with this clausative pen, less, unless, pen. He says pen, yomar, less, unless, pen, Yomar, Oibi, mine enemy. Yekaltio, I have prevailed. I'm able. I have prevailed. I've overcome him because I've had ability. Right? I could do it and I did do it. Right? Yekaltio, right? Sarai, right? Sarai, mine adversaries, Sarai, lest mine adversaries, Yagilu, be gilly. Don't let my adversaries be gilly, right? Yagilu, don't let them rejoice, right? Spin around and be joyful like they're having a party. No, right? Sarai, Yagilu, ki, emot, key. They will do this, right? Key, right? Key, right? When when I am emote, right? So we have mote, death, but mote, right? It's a hard T, a soft T, right? So some have it as with, arise, right? With, arise, right? Lest mine enemy say, I have prevailed, right? Yakaltiyo, Yakal means to be able, Yakal, right? Literally to be able, right? To be able, to be capable. Can you? I can, right? I'm able. I can, I could, right? In a moral sense, I may, I might. That lest the enemy prevail, lest he have that ability and he's able to accomplish, right? And he has prevailed. And those that Sarai, my SARS, those who make things narrow, tight, those who make things distressful, right? The adversary, the opponents. You know what I mean? Something like they're throwing pebbles in a sense. But the word literally means to be narrow. So actually, anxiety is a narrowness, right? When you say constriction, when you talk about constriction of the arteries, constriction, right? That's a tightness, right? People say, "Oh, I feel tightness." You check that tightness there, right? Often, sometimes connected with things like anxiety. So what he's saying is that those that trouble me, sarai, are my adversaries, right? Right? Lest they rejoice, pen, right? He says right here, it says, Arai Yagilu Kiemot, right? Yagilu, they'll be gilly. Don't let them be gilly, right? The enemy gonna be gilly, right? He's gonna be rejoiced, be glad. But scrolling it down to the Strongs, bring out the root sense of gil and gul, right? Gil mean like it's joy, yes, but it's like, when somebody's so happy, like little children, when they're so happy, they spinning around, they turn around, they're so happy. It's like a violent emotion, but of happiness, of rejoicing, right? That's how those who bring anxiety to me will be, right? Key when emote, right? When I am emote, when I am tottered, when I totter, when I slip, when I shake, right? Key emote, when I'm overthrown, when I'm dislodged, you know what I mean? When I waver, right? When I slip, when they catch me slipping, right? Or shaking, right? By implication, or falling, right? But the literal sense of it is when I am moved, right? So he's calling here being like a tree, seeking to be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that shall not be moved, because he know that those who bring anxiety, right, to him and to we, Ani Va'ani, right, they'll rejoice. When somebody sees something bad happen to you, that's when they're gonna get happy. And not that they smile, they get a little happy, but they get, they're spinning, they're dancing, they're having a party, they're raving, almost, right? That's the sense of rejoice. There's different levels of rejoice. Words that's simply translated as. Be that as it may that as it be. Here to the hey, here to the hey verse, right? Here to the hey verse, right? So in the Hebrew, 6 verses, but in the KJV is 5 verses. But here, the hey, 5th verse. However, but I have trusted in thy mercy. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. So they will rejoice, right? Sarai yagilu kiemot. They'll rejoice if I'm moved, right? But my heart shall rejoice, right? Rejoices and shall rejoice in thy Yeshua. Yeshua, thy salvation, thy prosperity, thy deliverance, thy victory. This is the noun feminine, right? Yeshua, the name, is a noun masculine. Check, but yes, from the same root, right? Being saved, being delivered, right? Being aided, right? Gaining the victory, right? Even coming into prosperity. Also the sense of health, right? Because salvation, the word salvation also is used in military senses in the Hebrew for victory, but it also is a sense of health, right? Just being health, right? Healthy, being saved, the full sense. Here, the Hebrew, right? Wa'ani, right? Wa and ani, right? Wa'ani, right? What do we have here? Let's go down to, here we go, ani, right? Ani, right? One of the two ways of saying I in Hebrew. We say ani, the basic sense, and also anoki. But here is the ani, right? I. But he says wa'ani. The KJV translates it as but I, but actually in the Hebrew, wa, or even va'ani. Vani, ani, vani, I and I, ani, vani, wa'ani, ani, wa'ani, right? Wa is and, not but, right? You say ani, wa'ani, ani, vani, I and I. You're going to say ani, I, but I, but I. The translator likes to do that a lot. You know what I'm saying? More better, it should be and as for I. It should be actually properly translated as and as for I. Why? Because it has a contrast of what has preceded before. So when he says wa'ani, and as for I, well, they do this and they are trying to do that and they're trying to get this to happen. And then he says wa'ani, as for I, right? I, on the other hand, right? As a contrast right there. So here, wa'ani bi hasidika, right? Wa'ani bi hasidika, in your chesed, in your mercy, in your loving kindness, in your faithfulness, right? Wa'ani. And as for I, be in, on, by way of Hasidika, the chesed of the I, the loving kindness, the mercy of the I, batachti, batachti, right? I will betach, right? What is batach? Batach is to trust. But it's trust in the sense of to confide. Like you confide, like who you trust is like who you confide in, right? To confide, right? Who you are secure, you feel sure, you feel secure, right? Bold, right? I will trust, right? I will trust, right? It also has a sense of fleeing for refuge, right? So it's trust, but it's trust in the sense of to be confident, to be sure, always faithful, always sure. Wa'ani bi chasidika fatachti, I have been. So batachti is actually saying like I have been, I have trusted, the past tense, like I have trusted, right? And as for I have trusted, right? Bi chasidika, in your chesed, in the chesed of the ka, of the I male, yagel, and rejoicing, Yagel, from the gul, the root word to gul, right? To exalt. Remember, in the sense to spin around, right? Under the influence of any violent or strong emotion. He says, Yagel libi, right? Libi from the lab, heart by itself. Libi, my heart, my inner man, my heart to come, right? My mind, my knowledge, my thinking, my reflection, my memory, my inclination, my resolution, my determination of will, my conscience, my heart, morally speaking, the seat of appetites, emotions, passions, courage, right? My heart, my center, right? My center, used widely for the feelings, the will, and even the mind or the intellect. Libi, right? Yagel libi, right? And rejoicing, right? My heart, my mind shall rejoice. Be shuateka. Be in Yeshuateka. Be in Yeshuateka. Be shuateka. In the eyes, Yeshua. In the eyes, victory. In the eyes, salvation. In the eyes, like health and healing. What do we have here? Right? In this verse here, That seals it up right here. Today's daily psalm is Yod Gimel, Psalm 13. From despair, the four ad ana. How long? Ad ana. Until when? Ad ana. Until, right? Ad ana. Until the philosophy. Until when? Ad ana. Those four right there, the despair, and here to the renewed hope, the renewed expectation, right? That confidence, right, of the victory of good over evil, his hope, his expectation, and I's revive here in this verse right here. So here in this verse, right, in this verse, here we go, this verse right here, be a shuateka, right, be shuateka. Okay, here they have it as a 6a and a 6b. So this is the A part of the verse right here, right? But here we have the offering of prayer, right? The offering of tefillah restored. The offering of this prayer restored his trust, his batach, his surety, his confidence, right? His boldness, his trust in Elohim's aid, in the Creator, in the true judge's aid. Even though, like in a court case, when you're waiting for like a ruling on something, and you say, haven't the jury got back yet? No, not just yet. You're still waiting for the judge's decision. No, he hasn't answered. Oh man, But here, in his offering of prayer, it restored his trust, his confidence in Elohim, the Creator, the judge's aid, and also the emunah, the faith, the credit. Right, he's building up his credit rating here. It gained, right, the victory over despondency, right? Over despair and becoming despondent. He begins off by saying, Wa'ani. Now, my enemy is saying this, my enemy is hoping that, and he's hoping that this happens. But as for I, Bechasideka batachti, I have trusted, right, in thy chesed, thy loving kindness, Yagel libi, my heart rejoiceth. My heart is rejoicing and will rejoice. It's in the joy, right? Be a shu'ateka, because of my way of your Yeshua. So my heart shall rejoice. The better sense of it in Hebrew can be, let my heart rejoice. Yagel libi. Let my heart rejoice. Like, let my heart be. It's like when Yeshua says to Ainai Robenu, he says, let not your heart be troubled. See, the heart is in our own power, right? I mean, we can ask God, hey, God, don't let my heart feel that way. But really, it's your heart, your heart. You can manage your heart, right? So here, also teaching us to manage, all that is in us right here. So here, by him saying, Yagel libi, he's saying his heart is rejoicing, but in a better sense of the Hebrew, right? If you want to get to the nuance, it's like, let my heart rejoice. Right? Let my heart. I know that the adversaries will rejoice when I move, but let my heart rejoice in your Yeshua. Be Yeshuateka. Right? Create the occasion. It's like a prayer. It's a prayer here in this verse 6, right? Create the occasion when I shall have reason, right, to rejoice in thy saving power, right? Be shu'ateka, in your saving power, right here. And then here, right, bringing it to technically the 6th verse, right, is broken down here as an A part and the B part, right? So right here to the B part, so to speak. He says, I will sing, right? I will sing, La Yahweh, because he have dealt bountifully. He has dealt bountifully with me, right? Bountifully with me. Let me see if we can show you this right here. I was going to go to these right here and share that. But let's go right here. Here we go to Gamal. Hear that word Gamal. You see that word Gamal? Right? Gamal, right? And this basically is spelled correct, right? Sometimes these ones are not, but grace, right? Deal bountifully, right? Gamal. So let's hear the verse right here in the Ivrit, in the Yehudit, in the Hebrew here. Let's go up here. Okay, there's 2 different reads of this. The first one, the standard one, right? Ashira la Yahuwah kia gamal alai. Ashira Ashira, let me sing. Right? I will sing. This translates says I will sing, but the Hebrew sense is here Ashira, right? Let me sing. I will sing in the sense of let me sing, right? May I sing. Ashira la Yahweh. I will sing to he who be who he be. Why? Ki, because for Gamal. Gamal alai. Ki Gamal alai. Now, there is another reading of this, as you can see from over here. The LXX has this, the Septuagint, right? The Septuagint has, right? Wa azam ra shem Yahweh elyon. Here we find this in another psalm, but in the LXX, the Septuagint, they add, and let me chant Isis, let me chant Wa Azamera, Wa Azamera, Wa Azamera, shame Yahweh to the name. Let me chant the name of Yahweh Elyon, Most High. Let me chant the name of Yahweh Elyon. Some see this as the Alai, right, upon I, right, with the Elyon, Aliyah, Alai, so that's this part here, right? Some see this as, some things in transliteration depends on who understands the language, or sometimes maybe a copyist error or similarities within word. Ka'al mean upon, right? Like Allah and Elyon mean like the ascended one, the ascended one. So it seems as though the Septuagint adds in something that we find in another psalm. This part right here adds in these words right here. Let's see if we can. Let's highlight like this. Let's see if we can highlight this right here. Okay. Trying to highlight the Hebrew part. But anyway, Wa'azamira, and I will chant, right? The name. I would chant like praises. I would chant the name of Yahweh Elyon. Now you probably don't have that in your KJVs, but that's where the note right there. You see the 9 right there. Right there, yeah, right. But the verse above, without the pointing, right, is the verse as found in the manuscripts and as KJV translated. Again, Ashira la Yahweh ki Gamal alai. Ki because Gamal dealing bountifully, right? Alai upon I. So we have the Gamal, to deal fully with, to recompense, the verb here, right? Gamal. Also in the secondary sense is to recompense, repay, requite. It can also mean to wean a child, right? In the third sense, it's like to ripen, to bear ripe almonds. There's a part of the scripture that says, and the rod bore ripe almonds, right? Or something bore ripe almonds. That's also the gamal. So gamal means, right, to deal fully with or to recompense. We call this like the deuces. It's like deuces. You know what deuces? If you say deuces, it's like right back at you, right? Well, to deal bountifully, but to recompense or repay, requite one for what they have done. That's the context in cases like this. But it can also mean to wean a child, gama. It can also mean to bear, right, ripe, right, to ripen or to bear, like to bear ripe almonds. But here Strong's bring it to the shoresh. Directly, gamal means to treat a person, but it can mean to treat a person either well or ill, right? Well or ill, right? Right? Well, right? Or ill, right? That is to either benefit a person, for good, you benefit them, you treat them well, or somebody who done something wrong, you requite them, you treat them ill, right? The implication of this is to toil, to ripen. That is specifically, right? Like when a woman weans her child, right? That means the child has come to this point where they can get off of the breast and they can, masticate, chew their own food, produce their own proteins by, eating more solid foods, right? So here, he says, first of all, Ashira la Yahuwah, right? I will sing, let me sing, right? Give me my cause, right? Give me cause, right? Give me cause to sing because of thy favor, right? Thy favor to I has been displayed, Show me this cause. Display your favor to I. You know, like in other words, I'm in a dark place. Show some light in this. Illuminate this place, and therefore this will give me cause. Ashira la Yahweh, right, to sing. Nowhere in the whole realm of literature is the doctrine, the teaching of tikwa. Tikwa, some say tikva, tikva, hatikva, right? Hatikwa, hatikva, of hope, of expectation, of tesfa, right? Nowhere in the whole realm of literature is the doctrine, the teaching of hope / expectation so pronounced as in the Hebrew, right, scriptures, as here, especially in the Tehillim, in the praises, the Psalms. It is one of the secrets of the Hebrew scriptures, the Hebrew Bibles, its imperishable appeal to the human heart. Right? We're talking about all nations, you know, find this appeal. Many are able to find this imperishable appeal, right, to the basics of the human heart, heartically speaking, the human condition. Right? Trouble seems to be an inseparable feature of the human being's existence, especially on this earthly plane, right? Joys and pains, you know, ups and downs. Inequities, right? Inequities and injustices are an integral part of his lot, to say man, Adam, humanity's lot. Nothing, however, prevents an utter sinking of the heart, right, to the Sheol, right, and consequent breakdown of endurance as the hope, the expectation that springs from true credit, right, true admittance, true trust from Emunah, right, by Elohim, in Elohim. Of this invincible trust, bitachon, confidence, bitachon, confidence in the victory, bitachon, right, trust, right, of this invincible trust, the present psalm right here, Mizmor Yod Gimel, Psalm 13, from despair to hope. This is, and it gives the most eloquent expression, right? And we hope and pray we was able to kind of, you know, bring out some of the ancient Hebrew, you know, in an application, right? Right? Ashira la Yahweh, sing to he who be. Why? Right? It says right here, Ki Gamal Alai, because he has dealt bountifully, right? Fully will recompense. So Dawid even had that batach that in this situation he understood and he knew he was in the right. Because remember how recompense can be almost like a two-edged sword, right? If you're doing bad things, you get recompense. You don't get recompense for the bad things that you done did. You know what I mean? But if you're confident, you know, that you have done good things, right, then it's a good recompense. Dawid was confident in that, right? Calling on those things which be not as though they were. Here. Today's daily psalm right here. Little dubwise. Rastafari.
Psalm 30, Psalm 30, Psalm 30, Psalm 30.
מזמור י"ג למנצח מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד.
How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever, 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 forever.
עד אנה אדוני תשכחני נצחני 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 נצחני.
How long wilt thou hide thy face? Psalm 30. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face? Hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever, 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 forever. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face? Hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face.
עד אנה תסתיר את פניך ממני.
How long shall I take counsel in my soul?
עד אנה אשית עצות בנפשי.
Having sorrow in my heart daily.
יגון בלבבי יומם. עד אנה.
How long shall mine enemy be exalted? How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? How long shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart daily? How long shall mine enemy be exalted? Oh, be exalted, oh, be exalted, oh, be exalted, oh, be exalted.
עד אנה ירום אויבי עלי.
Consider and hear me, O Lord. Lighten mine eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death, lest mine enemy say, I have prevailed against him. And those that trouble me rejoice when I am moved. And I have trusted in thy mercy. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. I will sing unto the Lord, because he hath dealt bountifully, 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 dealt bountifully.
מזמור י"ג. למנצח מזמור לדוד. עד אנה אדוני תשכחני נצח? עד אנה תסתיר את פניך ממני? עד אנה אשית עצות בנפשי, יגון בלבבי יומם? עד אנה ירום אויבי עלי? הביטה ענני אדוני אלוהי, האירה עיני פן אישן המוות. פן יאמר אויבי יכולתיו, צרי יגילו כי אמות. ואני בחסדך בטחתי, יגל ליבי בשועתך. אשיר על אדוני כי גמל עלי.
Psalm 13, Psalm 13, Psalm 13. Psalm 13. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face? Hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face. Psalm 13. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face? Hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face, hide thy face. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? 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 How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? How long shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart daily? How long shall mine enemy be exalted? Mine enemy be exalted, enemy be exalted, enemy be exalted, enemy be exalted, enemy be exalted. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord? Forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? How long shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart daily? How long shall mine enemy be exalted over me? Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Lighten mine eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death, lest mine enemy say, I have prevailed against him. And those that trouble me rejoice when I am moved. But I have trusted in thy mercy. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. I will sing unto the Lord, because he hath dealt bountifully, 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 dealt bountifully.
Yes, yes, yes. Shalom, Chabarim, Laila Tov, Boker Tov. Here, Shavua Tov, as we come into fulfillment right here by Shem Yeshua. May Yahuwah Eloheinu deal bountifully with thee, thy family, by Shem Yeshua HaMashiach. Give thanks, brothers and sisters. Here for the outro. Here, Shabbat coming forward. This Shabbat, Wigash, Yehuda, Judah, drawing near. Yes, I. Laila Tov, Boker Tov, Shavua Tov. Yes, I.
We can rely on. Pick up the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. Pick up the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. In a pretty in a jam, no. Lion of Judah shall break every chain.